Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live here on this July 27th, where single stock futures will be launched on CME Group. Be excited to see how that looks throughout the day. Of course, we have Tim McCourt here from CME Group chatting with us this morning, and Vincent, Desiano. But before we get to all of that, joining me in studio, senior economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shy.
Good morning, all.
Craig is off today. RV in the country. He seems like the RV type. Not at all. That's a total joke. But I'm sure that's what he's doing.
He does have some big cars.
He
got
does.
A Sprinter.
Do you think he's wearing like a Speedo? Like he goes from like lake to lake in there? I mean, who knows? It's a bad image.
Oh my God,
but
TMI,
it's too early.
TMI.
And the man on the big screen, senior market strategist Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. And it is a glorious day to launch single stock futures.
It is.
It is.
Good morning, Chad. How are all of you today? Hopefully you're doing well. Glad to be back. I'm filling in for Maggie Lake, as smart ass Cooper would like to say. So appreciate you. Did you guys catch that Sunday show last night? Man, they had me in stitches. What a great show that was last night. A lot of fun. A lot to talk about for this week. We have tech earnings. We've got FOMC. Single stock futures, a lot to discuss. I'll take a quick look at the tape, and then we'll hand it over to Shy for the news and the headlines. And what I see this morning, everybody, oil down, bonds up, metals up, equity index is up, and kind of mixed against the dollar. And ultimately, we'll see what this means here, right? Heading in towards the end of a summer month. Let's not forget that they are summer markets. I'm about to put my note out. As Shy does the news, I'll put that out on X. And, to me, summer markets, they've been here. I've been watching them from afar, although I haven't been here every day with you guys. But I look at it and go, what are we really learning? Not too much. I think some key areas to hold this week. We'll talk more about it in the bonds and gold, I think, are teetering. But equity indexes, everyone talks a lot about them, but I don't see a lot. But We'll get into more of that this morning with the panel. First, Shy of the news.
All right. So we have the top 3 stories that I am looking at today. The other stories that I consider important are scrolling at the bottom of the screen. First and foremost, crude obviously down overnight, over almost 7%, both crude, both WTI and Brent. That is because Trump has halted bombing for at least 2 nights. Now, Iran did say today that it was still in control of the Strait of Hormuz and not seeking to resume any peace talks with the United States after Trump had halted a 2-week bombing campaign. The Iran did say that it would pause its own attacks for as long as the U.S. paused its bombing. The kind of disturbing part of this whole thing is that U.S. officials told Reuters that military commanders have advised the president that they were running out of targets. And the official also said that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane, had also expressed concern over the depletion of air defense weapons used to protect U.S. bases in the region. So all is not exactly well over there right now.
Copacetic.
Yeah, to say the least. And then in the circular nature of everything, this is going to be hard to wrap your head around. But NVIDIA is in talks with OpenAI to guarantee $250 billion in financing. So this is going to be a backstop for OpenAI as part of a massive data center project, one of the most ambitious financial transaction yet in America's AI boom. The guarantees from NVIDIA would help ChatGPT maker lease a 10 gigawatt project that SoftBank is developing in Ohio. In total, that project's going to cost more than $500 billion, including the chips that would go inside the data centers, which would be NVIDIA chips. And just to wrap your mind around, 10 gigawatts of electricity is enough to power several million homes. The first part of the project is expected to be completed in 2028 with around 800 megawatts of power. Now, the power for the project is controlled by the U.S. government, as it is going to be on federal lands and funded separately by Japan under a recent trade deal. Now, NVIDIA has already invested $30 billion in OpenAI and is also discussing a deal to finance chip purchases for OpenAI, which would cost about $350 billion, and those chips being NVIDIA's chips. So this kind of proposed structure reflects the shift underway in how the largest AI buildouts are financed. Investment-grade technology companies are increasingly using their balance sheet to help smaller companies borrow money for infrastructure needs. This is known as a credit wrapper. So if you can, hope you got all that, but it's a lot of circular funding going around there. And then last but not least, traders are getting a new tool to wager on the biggest U.S. stocks. That is single stock futures. So CME will launch those today, allowing investors to hedge or speculate on more than 50 of the largest companies. The contracts offering leverage without the complexity of options will be cash settled on the closing price of the stocks they're tied to. Now, single stock futures start with an S. So if you are looking that up on the platform, for instance, Microsoft is MSFT, single stock futures would be SMSFT. We also do have just a couple notes, Meta and Microsoft after the bell on Wednesday, Apple and Amazon after the bell on Thursday, and of course, FOMC this week as well on Wednesday at 2 p.m. Eastern. As far as data is concerned today, we have 8:30 capital goods and durable goods and 10:30 a.m. Eastern Dallas Fed manufacturing activity. So pretty quiet on data today.
Yeah. Why is it every time I hear gigawatts, I think of 1.21 gigawatts from Back to the Future? Jimmy? Am I the only one that thinks that? Am I just a child? Maybe. Who knows? Anyway, Jimmy, what'd you see in the overnight markets?
You know, first of all, gaps galore, right? We're going to be talking about gaps all day. This was, some people are saying, we had a taco weekend. I don't know. It seems like it's risk on right now. I mean, everything is green except energies, which is the way the world should be right now. Even the Bitcoin's kind of resilient. So there was a lot of volume last night too, by the way. So people were busy. They were getting in there on the Globex and trading overnight, which is a good thing. But it's good to see, especially when you're looking at the metals, when we were a little bit worried about that. The gold price sinking below 4,000. Now we're maybe out of the woods there on that one. So pretty positive though across the board. The currencies. I'm actually super bullish on the Swiss franc right now. We kind of broke through a little bit of support, long-term support, and then Japanese yen. I'm not buying that. There's a bottom. I'm not buying it yet. So that's what I saw.
Yeah, you're really bullish the Swissy, huh?
Yeah.
What does that spillover mean? If you're bullish the Swissy, that's typically bearish dollar, and you think what then? You think rates are done going down? I mean, I'm kind of trying to get into the mind of Cagnina. I mean, I'm not too deep into there though. Let's be honest, but just a little bit.
You'll never get out, Ellie, if you go too deep. No, I just think there's a long-term. So when you think about, remember, folks, we're talking about the Swiss versus the U.S. dollar. So the U.S. dollar is in the denominator. But we had this long-term area of support around 1.24, we'll just call it. There's a chart. Okay, so this is a long-term area. We dipped below it on Friday pretty badly, and now we're kind of fighting back into it right now. So I could be totally wrong, and we could kind of have a break all the way down to some of these moving averages. But right now it's looking like a little bit of potential here on the upside. We'll see. We take out Friday's lows, all bets are off on my idea. But right now, I'm kind of a little bit interested.
Yeah. When a Rhett Naval 6932 says, don't want to get in trouble for powering the flux capacitor. I know. See, I'm looking. I mean, this is what we do here on Monday mornings, talking Back to the Future. Am I the only one that every time Back to the Future's on, doesn't matter where it is in the movie, you complete it? Am I the only one? Raise your hand. Nobody? Yeah. Everyone in chat's like, exactly. Man, I don't know. Shy, oil down again, right back to the anchored VWAP from the beginning of the year. I wrote about this last week. I did one note last week when I was out back in Chicago, and I was just looking at the markets, and I'm like, I think crude's going to stall here a little bit and ended up getting way above it. We come right back down. This area is a magnet to me. I think the news is taking us around this mid to low 80s area. You continue to pound the table that the fundamentals are screaming bullish. Price action to me continues to be really so short-term headline driven for a macro backdrop that really is not changing much.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, we saw that big rise in oil prices last week. We did hit the 50% retrace from the high to recent low, the high of when the conflict started back in March to the recent low at the beginning of July. So that was like a perfect 50% retrace, and then has since pulled back. But, there's still underneath the surface, the fundamentals really haven't changed that much. We still have, problems in the Red Sea now with the Houthis, who just bombed Saudi Arabia oil installations over the weekend. And really where we're seeing this is in the cracks. Cracks with oil pulling back a little bit. Cracks are on the rise again, over $60, which is huge. Huge. Before, you used to, if you were invested in a refiner, you used to hope that it would hold over 20. We are at 60, so this is all-time highs ever in the history still. And so, the product market is telling you something the front month crude prices just aren't.
And why do you think that is?
We had a diesel issue before this even started last year, all of last year to begin with. Now, that started to ease a little bit in the first part of the year. This has now taken on a whole new meaning because now we still don't have products going through the Strait of Hormuz. And now with all of the bombing from Ukraine and Russian oil refineries, they've stopped exporting gasoline and diesel, which, believe it or not, EU buys a lot of. And so you have all of that now off of the market. And so we have crack spreads screaming higher. And, U.S. refiners we're at max capacity refining. They're even cutting maintenance, which is also another scary thing, because if anything happens and that refinery goes down, we will have a major issue here in the U.S.
Yeah, I think my message to the traders out there listening is pretty simple. The front month crude isn't necessarily the place to represent your bias, opinion, where you think the markets are headed based upon the news. It's the crack spreads. And I think that can't be said enough, because if you're just following that, and I'm not saying that you are out there, but if you're looking at oil for like a comfortable long, it's just not been that, and I think that everyone out there is like, well, why is oil only here? And all this, what's happening in a different part of the market is really where we're seeing that pressure.
Yep.
And so for short-term day traders, I just don't love the oil market for short-term day traders right now. It's moving too much. I mean, you don't have a fundamental story that is really clinging to the technicals. I see a lot of back and forth around technicals. Yeah, they went and held 50%. Oh, yeah, let me get short oil on a 50% retrace when the fundamentals behind it are piling in. It's like, who's trading that? It's not a great trade.
No. It's hard to trade right now. So, I would be very careful. Although intraday is giving you plenty of opportunities if you're just an intraday trader, trade your levels and keep your stops tight. Because of headline risk.
Yeah, of course. Jimmy, the bond market also turned around a little bit. Turned around is maybe even too strong of a word. But we are at FOMC week. It's funny seeing in chat people saying, yeah, all is green, wait till Wednesday. Maybe. I think it comes down to this week, what I see right out of the gates is what sets the tone for the weekly chart. You got the end of the month this week, right? You've had a July that's been... Again, I look at this July is just a typical summer month, in my personal opinion, for the equity indexes. Bond market shows any sort of sign of strength. It was a 38% chance they're going to hike rates on Wednesday. I call bullshit. 38%, I'd love to sell that. That's a no for me on Kalshi.
We are seeing a little bit of, movement here in the 10-year and in crude oil now on reports that there was a drone attack from Iran attempted on oil facilities in Saudi Arabia, and that was carried out by Iranian-backed militias. So we are seeing some movement in the markets on that.
Yeah, let me see what we saw here on that. I'm looking. I got Swissy up on my chart. Let's move that out of the way. Yeah, bonds down just a little bit. I mean, good to know, Shy. I mean, definitely something to keep an eye on out there right now, traders. Back to you, Jimmy. I think on the bond market, again, pulling back a little bit. Again, we see how fragile it is for Chile. It is into any sort of headlines. Is the bond market, again, the place to watch this week? If that holds, does that kind of set the tone for equities? What are you thinking?
Oh yeah, no, I mean, I feel like we're still in a major downtrend here in bonds. I mean, we have a little bit of a pullback from that 109.08 low, but nothing to write home about. We're only at 110.08 right now, so it's not looking that rosy for the bulls. This is kind of in a bearish disposition right now. I'm not buying it either. We have a series of lower highs. We have a series of lower lows. The trend channel is clearly down right now. We have previous week's lows in sight. We have which is the same as calendar year lows as well. So again, I'm not looking for any kind of movement here to the upside. Sideways at best is my opinion. We're not even 23.6% of the way retraced back up right now from these highs that we saw back up here on the 25th of June. So I mean, Fed could surprise us, but I doubt it. I don't think there's going to be a big Fed surprise. I think it's going to be probably relatively boring, I hope, in any event. So I'm not looking for places to get long here.
Now, we've got a big show Wednesday. We've got Danielle DiMartino booth in the morning.
And Joseph Wang.
Of course, Joseph Wang. That's
given.
A given. Is the Fed going to surprise us this week, Shy?
I think that I think what everybody's going to be watching, let me put it this way, is what they're going to be watching is the statement and how many dissents there are. The market is largely expecting them to hold rates. I don't think that Warsh would want to give a surprise just yet on that front. So I think we'll get a hold, but everybody's going to be looking at what were the dissents, kind of what were they saying as far as, now that we've seen elevated oil prices once again, that inflation risk isn't out, all of this debt coming from the AI CapEx story. And so we'll see, kind of how that leans. And then, of course, everybody will be listening to the presser to see what his language is and whether he's more hawkish or dovish.
To me, it feels like he's going to talk more hawkish just because I think that's the safe face for the most part. Again, I have this underlying hidden bias in me that there's just no chance this guy is raising rates. I don't really care what happens. Yeah. That's just my 2 cents, everybody. I just think that President Trump doesn't put somebody in there and then all of a sudden raises rates. It does the exact opposite of what he says. I mean, nobody wants that.
Well, I think that's why he built these task forces, because the task force can come.
Did she just do the air quote task force? Just making sure.
But if they come back, these are outside parties, right? And some are even from different countries. If they come back and give him the data that says that we need to raise rates, then it's off of him.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's all about deflection.
We got midterms. Don't forget midterms.
Yeah, I mean, come on now. Who are we kidding? 38% we're going to rate hikes. That's a no.
Besson's calling him, you better not hike rates before midterms.
Scotty B, as Farm would say. Got to listen close to Farm.
That's not a Kelsey prediction right there, folks, for investors out there.
Yeah. Jimmy, another market that we need to talk about is gold. I mean, I look at gold. When I look at gold for the year, I think it's actually the bearish market that I see, that I follow. When I look at it, I keep thinking to myself, I want to buy it. I want to buy gold because, I look at it in this environment. I love gold. And it's got a lot of movie references this morning. But, again, I haven't owned gold in a while now. I'd like to add it to, I'd like to buy some futures on it. I'd like to, and the reason why I say all that is just because I think in this environment, I still believe that gold has, probably another leg or two in it. But it just shows me nothing. Every time I look at the chart, I go, dude, just stop it. You're not buying this right now. Again, I do everything for swing positions or long-term stuff. And I look at it and go, I'm just not interested. I think it's a sell the rally market still.
Yeah, I mean, I had to step back and look at the weekly because the daily you could kind of get fooled into something constructive going on. But when you kind of step back and look at a weekly here, you have a double bottom right now. You have a trend channel that's relatively intact, starting all the way up from the week of March 6th. And it's been pretty negative. So, we're well below the yearly open. We're well below the 150 simple moving average right now. And we have 1 week of green traction, right? We have one bullish engulfing candle barely on the weeklies. So I'm not buying it either. I mean, when you drill down to the daily too, if I could just toggle this really quickly here, you might say, well, look at all these wicks down here, right around 4,000. This is a pretty good bottom. Yeah, you could argue that, but there's no traction on the upside either. So this July 6th swing high is going to be key for me, 42.15.5, but I want to see a candle close above it at least once and get a continuation candle before I'm excited about it.
Yeah, I mean, Shai, let's talk about that market because when you look at gold, we've had so many macro people come in and talk about what's happening in gold. And again, my thought process is I like to see what the macro people think. If that macro story is tied to technicals, great news, that's a trade that has legs. I could buy into that or sell into that, right? And gold continues to have this story of, well, I know that rates have been going higher. We don't think they're going to go much higher, but I still think gold has this place. Use the strength in rates to create that weakness in gold for a buying opportunity. And it has stabilized, in my opinion. At least it's not falling apart any further. But it still doesn't look that great.
No, it doesn't look that great. But we do have a natural bid from central banks under 4,000. And they have all said that they're buying under 4,000. So we do have that going on. We have, of course, China still buying like crazed monkeys. June was the most that they've bought in since 2013. Huge amount. So you do have a natural buyer under that $4,000 level, and it's a big buyer. But you have to realize that. I also think that after we have these big moves in gold, it has been known to be sideways for months and months and months and months. And so I think that's kind of where we are right now until something fundamentally changes with the rate situation.
Yeah. Well, again, we're back to rates. That's where we are this week. It is FOMC week. We also have, what do we have this week for earnings? We've got Microsoft
after the bell on Wednesday, Apple and Amazon after the bell on Thursday.
Yeah, everyone's asking about single stock futures. I believe that they start getting quoted here soon. And of course, we'll have Tim McCourt in here to talk about single stock futures. Day one, we'll see them soon. And of course, we'll be talking about them a lot here. I mean, I know that I definitely will be trading them. Like I said, I haven't done a ton in indexes, but if there's anything I would be doing in the indexes right now, to me, Jimmy, buy the dip in Russell. When I look at the Russell, boy, it's just so strong. I mean, it really is. I mean, I look at it, it's the strongest performer so far, and like in my longer term stuff, I just look at it every time I log in my account, and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, man, this Russell market just continues to just stay resilient. And this is despite everything that goes against what you would look at an environment for small caps. You would think low rates, super strong data points on the economy, all these things. But Jimmy, it's not necessarily that's not the case.
Looks a little bull flaggy.
Yeah, she had to get that in. She couldn't wait. She's like, bull flaggy.
Bull flaggy. It's looking bull flaggy on the daily. Just saying.
I know, but the springtime we had this nice area of resistance, which is now support. And Thursday and Friday were big tests, right? We kind of drilled down south of that temporarily, and today we pop right back up into that kind of. It's kind of a sideways range right now, but it is resilient from that point of view. So it's surprisingly resilient, by the way. So I'm going to kind of keep my mouse right around that 29.50 area and say, all right, this is support. Yeah, we had one candle close below it, big whip. We're back up into the rotation zone between the 21 and the 80 MA right now. A little bit of a wick on the top of the candle, a little worrisome right now, but still, look at where the previous week's high is. Previous week's high is just short of that 3,000 level, and then this previous week's close is kind of defining this channel that we're in right now.
Yeah, I have like 29.20 to 29.30 as a one standard deviation from this year's VWAP. I just can't get below it, and I look at that just to see how a market is trending, and it just continues to grind and hold it. The S&P does as well, Jimmy. I know we're going to get to the Yards report. I don't want to steal too much of that thunder. We're only 30 seconds out from it, but again, S&P looks steady Eddie to me.
Yeah, the story remains the same here with that. I mean, it's less volatile than NASI. It's again sideways bound. We're kind of trading within last week's high to low, which is relatively tight range, relatively. Back in that rotation zone again between the 8 and 21 EMA. No real retracement in sight, no matter how you measure it. And north of that kind of psychological 7,500 level for now, anyway. So we'll
Yeah.
see if that kind of is pivotal.
Yeah, mid 7400s to me is key. As long as it can hold that, it's going to keep trying to push higher. Again, summer markets in July, but it's a jam-packed week here for us. Like I said, we got Tim McCourt on deck, Vincent Desiano, single stock futures. But before all of that, it's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, let's pivot over to crude oil. I mean, we were down over 6% a little while ago. Now it's down about 6%. 118,000 contracts traded so far in the big contract, and actually 118,000 also on the micro. So a lot of volume happened overnight, a lot of action, and this big gap down you can see on my daily candle chart right here. And I just drew a fib from these lows that we saw back down here on July 2nd up to those highs. And, we're about 38.1% retrace. So that's kind of a textbook retracement right now, even though this is really a news-driven kind of marketplace. And again, we're between that in that 8 and that 21 EMA zone right now, the rotation zone right now. Now look at RSI though. RSI took a turn for the worst or best, depending on your point of view. Do we have a cross under of the signal line? Now, again, there's no divergence here. This is convergence, so it doesn't help you that much when you're thinking about this momentum. But let's see if this thing has gone all the way down to a 55 level really, really quickly here. So that's also constructive for the bears. Intraday on crude, we have a few targets on the downside, a lot of targets on the upside. The targets on the downside include that overnight low. And that overnight low is at 82.12, and then S3 below that at 80.94. So we'll see if that holds or not. Volume profile is not bad, actually. Point of control is a little bit lower at 83.23, and we are just finally crossed above that session VWAP here. Keep an eye on that today, 83.90. We'll see if this confirmation candle is green or not, and we'll see if buyers try to get a little bit more control of this thing. S2 on the upside at 85.70, one-day min just north of 86, and then that 0DT put support, that's going to be key. It's lined up with so many things. It's lined up with S1, it's lined up with previous sessions lows, and that is at $88 even. So that's going to be a big area here of attraction. Remember, that gap is pretty wicked. It's only $4.63. I mean, you could just kind of see it up here. This is where we closed last session, and then this is where we opened. So pretty huge gap here as well. A lot of the gap fillers are going to be looking for this as well. Let's shoot over, that was crude oil. Let's shoot over to gold right now, because gold also has a lot of potential today. Again, we have that bottom that we talked about a second ago with Tracy and Delhi. And we've been kind of dangling right around that 4,000, right? Buyers keep coming in, buyers keep coming in, buyers keep coming in. Yeah, we had one session where we closed below it, but that was it. And then we kind of rallied back up just a little bit, just a baby rally. So this isn't a huge amount, but we are tracking over 4,100, which is, I guess, could be constructive as well. Again, I'm looking at this July 6th swing high, 42.15.5. That's going to be key for me. I don't know if we're going to get there today. We do have a baby candle right now. It's a doji that's formed right now. RSI is sloping upward kind of decently here, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. Intraday, let's check out some intraday targets here. So the top of the conversation is pretty much framed by that MenthorQ one-day max, and that's approximately at 41.72.5. Yeah, we had a little bit of a wick through it on low volume early in the morning, and we sold back off. We're south of that London IB, though. That London initial balance on gold is kind of important. The bottom of that IB is at 41.49.9, and we're testing the waters below there. We have R1 as a target at 41.41.8, and we have previous sessions highs 41.39.3. JAX1 is at 41.30, and then further down below we do have that pivot at 41.11 spot 8. So there's targets on the downside galore. On the upside, not so much. We see a lot of blank, empty space. So again, I mean, I'd be looking at obviously this target wick here, and I'll tell you exactly what that price is at. That's at 41.78.5 for a breakout to the upside if we can get any traction back up. Real quickly here, let's just take a look at the Bitcoin daily chart. MBT, we're in July right now. And again, relatively resilient. I mean, we're sideways. This was an interestingly sideways market here. We're still trading within last week, obviously. But right now, we're tracking almost 65,000 right now for the Bitcoin. A little bit off previous week's highs is 67,115. I want to see it close above that with a confirmation candle before I get super bullish here. Right now, I'm thinking sideways here on the Bitcoin. That's this morning's Edge Report. Back to Naples.
Thank you, Jimmy. All right, let's take a look at the lineup for this Monday morning. Morning Gap coming up next with the one and only Tim McCourt from CME Group. He's pretty much the man when it comes to product launches. So excited to have Tim here. Tape Talk with Vincent, Desiano. Then we have Trade the Open. Of course, on Mondays, it's the OGs. It's Tanja and Salma. Midday Markets with Stowe and Jack of all trades. Then we've got Trade the Close later today with Stowe, Nick for a Tick, and Joey. Well, exciting day here. Let's bring in the one and only Tim McCourt from CME Group. Tim, good morning.
Hey, Anthony, how's it going? Good morning.
It's going great, man. I tell you what, chat is juiced up today. Everyone's looking forward to single stock futures. The question I have to begin with is the easiest one. Why? Why is CME now at this point launching single stock futures?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's something that we've been talking a while for with clients, with market participants. And I think when we look at where we're at in the market, uncertainty is continuing to be on the horizon. It's on everyone's mind. We're heading into earnings, or we're in the middle of earnings seasons here for Q2. And when you look at the equity product complex at CME Group, we've been leading the charge on equity index products for decades. We've been providing the different size tools to retail traders, to institutions. And this really just is, I think, a natural extension for us to offer more tools to clients, to the marketplace, so they can manage all of their equity-related risk in one place at CME Group. So the market is certainly exciting in terms of introducing single stock futures now. And in fact, they can tap into all the benefits they're used to on futures now for the single stock side of their portfolio and their trading strategies. It was super exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was the natural evolution of what was going to happen. And it's interesting because on X this weekend, I spent a lot of time on X, Twitter. I was seeing people talking about how SPY now has like a 4 times leverage, ETF, and all these different ETFs that are just keep getting more leverage and leverage and leverage. And I go, yeah, they're called futures. The futures are a better place for so many reasons, right? I think we have to talk about that comparison because as the ETF markets continue to go towards trying to get more leverage products out there, we've got a naturally leveraged products, but a lot more efficiencies and cash efficiencies and reasons as to why a future is a much better product.
That's right. So I know what's interesting is when we look at this relationship between ETFs and futures on the indices, I mean, they've been around for decades, and the futures complex at CME Group continues to outtrade the ETFs in terms of, if you look at S&P, it's, between 12 and 13 to 1, some days more often than 10. On NASDAQ, it's in excess of 15 to 1. And now that we can offer the same type of market structure and efficiencies and capital efficiencies and the margin benefits of futures on single stocks, it'll be interesting to see how that relationship develops over time for single stock futures. But I think some of the other big benefits, Anthony, as you were saying, it's really, I think, that nearly 24-hour access that the futures markets provides, that we've been providing for decades, where we're open from Sunday night to Friday night, nearly 24 hours a day. Now you're going to have that same opportunity to use that for single stocks, the same way you did for E-minis or micro E-minis. And I think it's something that as the markets are continuing on the cash side of the fence to look to expand their coverage, it'll be really interesting to provide that same type type of trading experience that customers are used to on index futures at CME Group onto the single stocks. And I think when we look at certainly the extended trading hour session, I think we're having a record here in 2026 with about 275,000 equity index contracts trading in the ETH session, to now be able to offer single stock futures nearly 24 hours a day. I think we're excited from both an international and global perspective, but also when you think about those market moving events that happen outside of the primary market hours, like earnings announcements or certain things on the macroeconomic or even geopolitical front, that's going to also impact single stock strategies and positions. You'll now be able to trade those around the clock at CME Group as well.
Yeah, I was thinking last night on the Sunday Night Open, if the single stock futures every week, you're going to be looking at them for now a lead to what's going to be happening in the indexes, right? So if there's something coming up, right out of the gates, you see one of those stocks moving, you're going to be able to trade the futures, the indexes, the stocks all in one place, which is, again, I think it's really exciting. I want to talk about this big launch, because you and I have done a lot of launches on this show, on Futures Radio, and we talk about a product. You've got 55 single stock futures now, which we'll call the regular sized, and you've got 22 micros. So technically, you're launching 77 products today. That to me that's pretty incredible when you think about it, because you're going to have market makers across the board for 77 different products. Now, we know that stocks, historically, they have big-time liquidity because these are the biggest names in the space. What's that going to look like on day one?
Yeah, it's certainly been an exciting weekend as we ready to launch. Anthony, you're absolutely right. Typically, we're getting excited about, one contract, or it seemed crazy back in 2019 when we launched the 4 micro E-minis together on one day. And here we are launching 55 standard size contracts, 22 micro size, and then we also have 55 of the basis trade product for the institutional size, the 100 share multiplier as well. So certainly a big sleeve of products that came to market. But I think that really speaks to the importance of, when looking at that single stock universe, we want to make sure we have that coverage right. As these markets are moving, you're not sure which name might be needed to be traded today, what's going on in a certain name. And as you head into earnings season this week, I think those are really important, that we have that right diversity across all of the sectors of the U.S. market available in those single name expressions. And as we head into the open here, we're working we had some liquidity last night. We had quoting, we had a few first trades. So it's great to see that market forming. We expect the liquidity to improve as we approach the U.S. Open here. And then we have a host of market makers also ready to quote the night sessions. So liquidity, we know, is important to participants, but also getting that balance right of which names did we introduce out of the gate, and then making sure that folks are able to trade that around the clock at CME Group is a key priority for us here the first few sessions.
What's going to be really interesting to me is when you look at the price of the future versus the price of the spot, right? Because typically with the futures, you might have an offset from what that price is. Like in the futures, like obviously going back to my days where I was on the floor, we used to have the spread. We would trade the spread, right? Like, okay, what does it look like from March, Sep, June, and Ds, right? Quarterly basis. And these are quarterly expiries, right? Right, Tim?
That's right, quarterly.
Yeah. So when you think about that, you wonder, like, what are people going to be looking at in terms of pricing and how they price a future out to the spot? Because I think that's something that it's important to note to everybody out there, is that doesn't necessarily mean if Microsoft is trading X price on the spot that the futures are going to be trading that exact price.
No, that's right. It's similar to the way equity index futures are priced. They're going to be inclusive of interest rates, of dividends. It's a quarterly future. We'll have 2 quarterly contracts in market at once. So you'll be able to see some of that term structure being manifest for the single stock market. You could see potentially what some of the expectations about dividends are. And I think this will be also important for any users out there or clients out there also trading single stock options, having futures alongside your options to discern some of that information and what some of that market signaling is, perspective by either that specific name or as a function of that term structure across those 2 quarterly futures. I think those will all be immensely useful tools, not only from trading, but getting that information value about what is the market telling you about what does it think is going to happen with this stock over a certain period of time.
Yeah, but I want to talk about product sizing now. Again, the standard product size is going to be 100 shares. And then you've got the micros, which are going to be 1/10. I think that we've got obviously people coming in here now that have maybe not heard all of this and how this is all going to work. I'm sure people are going to have questions about margining and what that looks like, and of course the brokers maybe they're going to have different margins from what is going to what the margin requirements are at CME. But can you walk us through position sizing and margining?
Yeah, of course. So as you said, Anthony, we have two sizes. We have the standard size on 55 names, and that'll be a 100 share multiplier. And then we have 22 micro size versions. That'll be a 10 share multiplier. So these are things that could be used in combination. They could be used either or. And I think the one thing that's important to note is if you're also trading options or other single stocks, those sizes are complementary to things that you might have holding in your portfolio. So when you're looking to either hedge or access the market, these are great sizes for all types of traders, whether you're a little bit larger at that 100 share size or a little bit smaller and more precise at the 10 share size. And for margining, these are futures. The exchange does set an initial margin the same way we do for other contracts. The range for these margins are 15%. So I think the highest right now is about 28% of the 55 names that we have listed. Now, margins are always subject to change, and these are the exchange margins. So as Anthony, as you said, your broker can always charge additional margins on top of the exchange minimum. But it's important to note that the way these single stock futures are regulated, they're jointly regulated, CFTC and SEC, and they also have a minimum margin where 15% is the minimum margin also established by the regulation.
We've only got a few minutes left, Tim, and I just want to talk about this. I mean, how excited are you about this? I mean, look at what you've done. With your time at CME, you and I have spent so much time with all these different product launches, and like we said, micros, Bitcoin futures. I think you and I did together. There's just so many when I go back and think about all of them, and we're at this moment now where I think that this is kind of game changer type territory. I mean, is that what you're feeling coming out on a day like today?
Yeah, I mean, it feels great. I think certainly, we've talked a lot over the years. As you know, before I joined CME, I was an equity index trader myself. So I always have, a soft spot for equity, so to speak, as an asset class and product. And I think this is something that we've been hearing for years from clients about. Can we bring the same type of innovation and efficiencies and access to single stocks that we've done for indices for them over the years? So certainly an exciting time. And I think let's just think about this week, right? You guys were just talking about in the show, like the earnings this week. We have, Visa, Boeing, and Coca-Cola tomorrow. We have Microsoft and Meta and Qualcomm on Wednesday. We have Apple, Amazon, and MasterCard on Thursday. We have Chevron and Exxon on Friday. And now these are, going after the bell, before the open. And now you can trade futures while the earnings are breaking real time and being announced and being digested by the market. You're not constrained to the primary market hours of 9:30 to 4 p.m. Eastern. You could trade these as they're happening. You could position yourself into earnings. You could hedge your physical stock portfolio with futures if you have concerns about earnings, or maybe you necessarily can't be watching the earnings report today. These are all things that people are accustomed to on the equity index side. So now being able to provide that around the clock access to the market, hedging nearly 24 hours a day, global participation. And I think one thing to note too, which is different about these products than some of the predecessors that have tried over the years in single stock futures, is they're financially settled. So you're not taking or making delivery of the stock. It's much easier with respect to being able to facilitate that delivery, that financial settlement. You don't necessarily need to worry about locates, stock borrow, some of the market structure rules around going short. It's just like trading a future. The same way you've been doing it for years on equity index, you can now do on single stocks, which I think makes it super exciting.
Oh, no doubt. And I just think about all the different ways that people are going to use these products. You think about it from someone who has a big position in SpaceX. I might know somebody. I mean, I keep buying it and kind of maybe going to need futures to offset this thing a little bit here. But no, I mean, it's in my longer term stuff. And I look at it and go, okay, I own a bunch of SpaceX. I can start selling futures against it if I think it's going to continue to be in a downtrend. If I want to start removing some of my cash positions in SpaceX, I could take that down with a cash efficiency now, put it in my futures brokerage account, and I could just start buying one lots, which is 100 shares. And the cash efficiencies is going to be much better than holding a bunch of it in my portfolio. And then you've got micros for day traders that they can trade it. You got the zero DTE traders that are trading these options on like you said, earnings, and then they could come in and trade single stocks. So Tim, I think about all of these different people that come into our space, which is what excites me, is that you've got so many different people that are going to come in with different mindsets and strategies to start trading these products. We've got less than a minute left. Final thoughts for you on this really historic day.
No, I mean, it's really exciting to have this product in market. It's something we've been working on for a while. I'm excited for the market. I'm excited for all the traders out there to take those final steps that they're not yet in futures. I mean, this is the chance. Like, trade your single stock names in the futures, enjoy all the benefits that we have to offer on the future side of the fence. It's something that is exciting to watch. And I think this is just the start of what's going to be a next great story here at CME Group for the market, and certainly for all the traders out there at NinjaTrader.
Yeah, no doubt, Tim. Tim, congratulations on this. Again, another hat tip to you, my friend. You listen to the traders from the small retail guy to the big institutional traders. CME Group continues to put out products that we want. And I'm really excited for today. And thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Anthony. Good to see you.
See you, Tim. All right, traders, I know a lot of people are probably having questions like what we'll have on Ninja. So single stock futures, they are live now, and we're going to have the top 15 standard names. Quotes will continue to be filling in this morning as market makers come online. So you might see wide or early books. Don't be too quick to jump in just yet. Let things settle. It is day one of a massive launch. And again, we'll be talking about that each and every day here on NinjaTrader Live. With a guy who might be coming up next. What's his name? Oh, Vincent Desiano. Let's bring in Desi and let's talk with him. What's up, my brother? How you doing?
Good. Excited. It's an exciting morning. Feels like Christmas morning a little bit.
It is, man. You know, it's funny because like I watch your stuff on a regular basis. I think you're one of the best in the business is when you look at what's happening in the stock world. And I know the people that come to watch you, there's a testament to what you do out there. I mean, you know, you're making money and traders are watching it live. And I mean, and again, you're the real deal. What I think this becomes really interesting about a day like today is because, of course, we're going to get into the technicals with Desi and look at the charts and all of that. But cash efficiencies, Vincent, you know, you look at back where you started, right? And you started in the markets, had to build up your book. You know, I followed your journey just a little bit. I don't know too much about it, but I know you probably didn't start with a big bankroll and come in and, you know, you're not some, rich kid. You come in and you built your way and you've built that the much more challenging way into the stock world. I know PDT is gone now, but still you don't get that leverage that you get in futures. And now we have a product where day one people can come in and they can start to day trade single stocks by using futures with much less capital. And I think that's a good thing because with micros and these other products, they could learn. Of course, you still have to manage your risk and do all of that. But again, you have an opportunity to get into a product that I don't think was as easy as before. And I think this has changed now.
Yeah. So, you know, what sort of comes to mind when you say that, Anthony, is typically, you know, a newer trader with a smaller capital is driven to options, right? Because of the leverage that it provides. And it also drives them to pretty crappy options, right? For lack of a better term, such as really short-term expiration, really far out of the money, and, you know, just a contract that has a very low chance of profitability, just strictly because of the fact that they can't afford to take at-the-money contracts or in-the-money contracts or contracts that are proper for their thesis that are, you know, 3 months out, 4 months out. You know, they have to resort to trading same-day expiration, far out of the money, $100, $200 contracts that just puts them at a very high disadvantage to start, right? So it sort of puts them in a pretty difficult situation. So, you know, now that you could trade Tesla, MU, NVIDIA, these big names, and trade micros on them, right? And trade it with proper risk, with proper sizing, and also be able to manage risk properly, much more properly than not knowing what you're going to be down in an option. You can do a rough estimate by, you know, using the delta and the underlying risk, but it's very difficult with options to fully understand what you're actually risking unless you're just sizing for zero. So I think there's a ton of benefits. Very excited for it. As an options trader, primarily, I definitely could see myself leaning towards just trading the single stocks because I just love equity opportunity. I think a lot of people are missing out on the fact of the I guess I don't want to use the word arbitrage, but there really is a lot of opportunity that happens on the equity side that most people are blind to, just sort of watching the S&P and NASDAQ majority. Some massive names, MU, SNDK, 800% on the year, right, before the recent pullback. You don't get 800%, 500% returns on a single year on the NASDAQ futures, right? It's just not, it doesn't happen, right? So these equities, if you're watching the right ones and you're in the right, perfect storm situation, they're massive. And I'm happy to see more people will be open to watching these single stocks and, opening their eyes to the world that it is. And I think I think it's a very good positive. And I hope that the liquidity is good. I hope that people trade them, and I hope that it's, just another vehicle for us to use. So very excited.
Yeah. And going back to the options, people call them lottos. That tells you all you need to know. I mean, a lotto is you bought a ticket and, you hope you win. And what is the chance of you winning on lottos? And I bought many in my day. I've hit a couple, right, but I bought a lot. So anyway, before we get into technicals with Desi, because we know we love watching what Vincent is thinking. We got a quick video about single stock futures. Production, roll out the video. All right.
Wow. Who put that together? That was great.
Yeah. Yeah. Got a lot of talented people behind the scenes here. Yeah. This isn't just, a couple good looking dudes like you and I up here, looking at charts. We got some people behind the scenes here working on stuff. So, Vincent, let's take a look at what the day ahead could be for you.
Yeah. So, Anthony, this week, I think you got to be maybe a little bit less technical focused, to be honest. And I'm always open to saying that, even though I'm a pure technical trader. There's a lot going on this week. Major tech earnings, major FOMC, Warsh, sort of under pressure about what he's going to do with the Fed funds futures, and also this consistent Iran situation, right? So it feels like a week where you got to be a little bit careful. You got to back off a little bit, let some of this stuff settle. I think that's just a true and honest recommendation to the traders out there. I would love to follow with technicals, but I also know that these major economic events could invalidate technicals, and I think it's one of those weeks to be understanding of that. The thesis out there on the market is CapEx being rewarded, right? So for the single stocks, for those that are, a little bit outside of that world, right now you're just seeing, the thesis or the story out there is companies are spending a lot of money, right? They're spending a lot of money to try to get ahead of this AI curve and AI trade. And the question that continues to be out there is the money spent correct? Is it going to return a positive ROI? And right now, the companies that are spending are actually getting a little bit punished for it. And some companies are going actually negative cash flow to spend for AI, right? So that's a very interesting thing. We saw Google go negative cash flow potentially. We saw Intel say they may run to the capital markets to raise capital for AI spending. And so this is a really interesting thing that has to be paid attention to. And I think we need to see the resolution of that a little bit. Of course, the resolution of it will not be far into the future, so you'll have to trade based off of what you think. But that's something that I'm really focused on. And we have we have Meta and Microsoft, which are two names that are going to be very focused on what's their CapEx look like and how much are they spending. So with all of those questions out there, there's still a lot of question for me about, what to look for this week. In terms of the technicals, we can just run into the technicals. Right now, this gap up on the NASDAQ futures is not above the Friday high. It is not above this Monday low. And if we cannot reclaim that NASDAQ, which is right around that 28,740 to 28,700, it leaves the door wide open, in my opinion, to this fading and filling this upside gap still. So I'm very cautious of this 28,740, 28,700 level on the NASDAQ futures, being cautious of whether this gap up gets rejected and we just fade back down to fill some of this gap up from the overnight session. The key thing for the bulls, and the only thing that I would say, and there's two things that, could give bulls a little bit of hope here, is that you did reclaim this major low from back on Friday of last week and also the major low from Thursday of last week. This was a very clear bottom at 28,430 to around 28,400. And I think if you can somehow get a higher low to develop there, so right in this general area right here, you have a major low, you have a major low. And even if we do get a rejection of this high, if we can find a higher low above those previous lows here and here, that would be a good thing for the bulls. And I would not be surprised to see the markets find a range this week prior to Wednesday. So if we do just trade within this range right here, I'm going to go ahead and put a little square. So inside of this range right here is where I sort of expect the markets to find their range for the week, whether it's a rejection of these highs, fail back down to these lows. That's something I'm watching very closely. The only other thing to be paying attention to here is the S&P outperformance. So clearly, the NASDAQ is the leader of the weakness due to semiconductors and memory, but the S&P is actually heavily outperforming. S&P is actually above the Friday highs. So right here, we have some Friday highs on the S&P. We have some Wednesday lows, some Tuesday lows, and the S&P right now is actually holding above that, which is around 7,500, 7,504. So if we get that S&P outperformance, which we have been getting, I would look for that to lead the market. Financials, healthcare has been strong. Industrial names are very strong. And so right now it is solely a semiconductor and memory weakness that is driving the NASDAQ lower. So for me, going to start this week, follow to see what's the strongest sector, see if that S&P continues to outperform, and see if the NASDAQ is able to get above this Monday low right around 28,740. That's going to be, for me, the most important thing to be watching. And finally, for the individual equities, my main focus right now is MU. I think MU is one of the most interesting names out there, whether this pullback is an opportunity. And I'm watching an inverse head and shoulder form, which is typically a bottoming formation on equities. So you have this very clear 900 level on MU, which was a clear previous low in this area here. We have a clear previous high right here, and we have held that level still. So for me, looking at this inverse head and shoulder on MU, here's your left shoulder right here. So you have your left shoulder here, you have your head, and you have this right shoulder forming. So I'm watching that very closely. If the memory trade does reignite this week, later in the week, I think MU is a really big watch. And that's another single stock name that could get pretty exciting to trade on the single stock futures.
This is why I love having you here, talking about a sector such as memory. It's a subsector, right? It's in technology. Yep. And this is going to be one of the main themes that I think that futures traders are going to grasp towards is if you're trading the index and the memory is sector is leading up or down, they can go to those names now in the single stock futures, right? And again, there's going to be time when the indexes are great and the indexes are in play. I think the index has been a little choppy lately. You got a lot of divergences. You've even talked about that. But you get these other areas where the market's trending. And if that's what you like, that's what you're going to get. And I know that that's going to be something that I know that you bring forth all the time, because every time I watch you, you're always trading like these subset sectors. And it's like when it's memory, you're focused on memory. When it's, like you talked about with Google, with CapEx spending, there's that, right? Okay, so I'm staying away from that. That's out of favor right now. That's important, Vincent, because I think that's the difference that makes a person who's just following a strategy on the indexes more of a trader. I think it rounds out traders more now.
You could not have said that better. I think there's a major lack of understanding the mechanics in markets, right? Just sort of trading the NASDAQ or S&P on a short-term time frame versus understanding what's driving it. And whether that really works into someone's strategy or not, I think it's invaluable information that should be understood, and I think it could help a lot of traders to understand why the Nasdaq has been weak versus the S&P. Understanding the why behind it is awesome, and it helps me a lot. And I think now that maybe more people will be watching equities with the single stock futures, I think it just sort of opens a new world to some people to be like, hey, now I sort of understand why why we're underperforming or outperforming on individual on the futures, right? Versus the S&P versus the Nasdaq. So I couldn't have said that better. That's exactly right.
So we've got 30 seconds left. Any final thoughts looking at markets coming into today?
I think you just watch the XLV outperformance, right? That's healthcare. You watch the XLF, which is basically looking like the market's in a book. Like if you look at the XLF, the market isn't even, at all bearish, right? XLF extremely strong. Industrials, Caterpillar, Lockheed Martin, RTX, right? Some of these industrial names, very strong. So for me, coming into today, I'm watching what's performing, what's weak, and I'm watching the memory trade. And I think today is a little bit of a data collection day for me, such as just see what's out there first, wait before reacting. And I think, I've had so many weeks like this in the past, Anthony, where we have a major economic week. It's Friday of that week, and I'm like, man, I just got chopped up trying to trade before all these major events. Why didn't I just wait for earnings to come out? Why didn't I just wait for FOMC to come out? There's so many weeks in the past where I'd look back and be really upset with myself. And so, I'm leading with that this week. If I could just sort of fall asleep until Friday and let all this stuff come out, and then just wake up next week after all these events are done and maybe a trend has developed, that's where I'm leading with. That's my mindset heading into this week more than anything.
And we're gonna end it there. Make sure you go and follow my boy Desi on X. Check out what he's doing with his room. And also August 13th, Vincent Desiano, Carmine Rosado, Trade the Open live here on NinjaTrader Live. I can't wait for that.
Thanks,
All right, my
Anthony.
brother. You have a great day.
You too, man.
All right, traders. Been a busy morning. About to get busier. Got Tanja and Salma waiting. I know Salma's waiting. She's going, Deli, get me in there. And I could hear her going, what's he doing? But a couple of quick announcements. Again, Discord. Maybe you heard. Maybe you didn't. If you didn't, you're here now. Go into the Discord. Last week was me and AJ. This week is me and Brett Simba. July 29th, 4 p.m. Eastern on the close. Me and Brett Simba will be in the NinjaTrader Live Discord, chatting off the cuff for about an hour or so. We'll have some fun. I'm sure we're going to talk about props, single stock futures. As you know, if you were in the Discord last week, a little bit different vibe than it is here on NinjaTrader Live, more off the cuff. I'm going to ask the chat questions, more interactive, audio only, so you won't be able to see me and Brett, but you know what we look like. So why don't you go into the Discord, check it out, and we will be in there July 29th at 4 p.m. Eastern. Again, final note of the single stock futures. Here at NinjaTrader, they are live. And they're tradable now. We've got the 15 standard names out right now. Quotes are still filling in, everybody, this morning. Market makers will be coming online. Don't be in a rush to trade this. You even hear Desi in this week. Don't be in a rush for what this week has to offer in markets yet. Let the markets open. Let things get settled. So if you see a little bit of a thin book, maybe in a single stock you're looking to trade, just be patient. Let things settle. Plenty of time ahead of you. But I'm sure that the girls will be talking about this. I can't wait to see if they trade single stocks. Well, let's find out. Let's get ready to trade the open with Tanja and Salma. Deli, get me in there. What are you doing?
Let me in. How you doing?
Good. How are you, ladies?
We're great.
Pretty good.
Good,
Yeah,
good.
I saw you on Friday, Tanja, and there were packs. You had quite the banger trade on there, just quietly.
Oh, thanks.
It was a nice little trade. Selma,
Yeah, that
of
was
course, I'm
fun.
watching you all week. Yeah.
Woo, yeah, Friday was fun. First time live with PAX, and that was a lot of fun. And yeah, would like to do that again for sure.
Yeah, you hit the money gun off too, didn't you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we got 2 of them too. I'll bring both of them to Chicago and can take some photo shoots.
Oh God.
Salma, how are you? How was your week last week?
Good. It was a good week. Busy. Doing a lot of stuff.
It's like the least amount of stuff you've ever said. She's very like, what's going on right now? You got a
Well, I
position
don't know.
on?
I'm okay. I'm easing into the day.
We're
All
ready
right.
to set the tone for Monday. We're still doing the giveaways. We didn't forget last week when you weren't here.
Let's remind everybody what that is. Every Monday, Tanya and Salma giving away NinjaTrader swag, 500 likes. But what do they have to do? They have to be in the newsletter because that's where we're pulling people. So make sure you're signed up for the NinjaTrader newsletter. And every Monday at 500 likes, Tanya and Salma will pick a winner. And whether I'm here or not, that just...
Yeah.
Whether I'm here or not, we got to make sure you keep it going. Keep that momentum.
Should we also switch it up week to week? Maybe from subscribing to the newsletter to also joining the Discord? Maybe drive traffic to the Discord? Maybe.
An idea.
No.
They're already
Potentially.
doing their own giveaways in the Discord, low key.
No, just
you know who was there? I was there at the AJ like little interview you guys did, except it was, I don't know if it was Deli's questions at that part
Claude.
or Claude. Gotta watch out, Deli. Claude might take your job.
She goes, I know. I see her. She was trolling me in chat. She goes, you better watch out, Deli. She goes, Claude's going to take you a job.
Yeah, it was a lot.
We had fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I had a lot of laughs in there with AJ. AJ's a good sport. I mean, he's a good dude. He's funny, and I love what he's doing at Lucid, so I had a blast. I can't wait to speak with Simba this week, and we're going to have that's what I'm going to be doing in there, too. I'm going to be doing a lot of one-on-ones, kind of aftermarket, stuff like that, have more fun, off-the-cuff stuff, and then, kind of, what'd you guys think about those questions we asked?
They're actually really good.
They get a little weird.
Some of them were a little bit TMI, though. I was like, wow.
It kind of got a little weird. They're not recorded. They're not recorded, so you got to be in there.
Yeah, what happens in the Discord stays in the Discord, so make sure you join, you guys.
That's right. That's right. All right. Well, let's take a look at the charts. We will start with you, Tanya. Let's see what you're looking at this week.
Yeah. So like I come in and I'm like, wow, we had a gap up. So I'm always going to mark out that weekly open, that Sunday, 6 p.m. open. We do have a gap. We pushed off well above from where we dropped on Friday. So I got to think we have FOMC on Wednesday. We have a lot of things happening, single stocks futures coming out, more earnings. I got to think that we're probably going to trade back in the range, considering we couldn't hold below that previous weekly low level from 2 weeks ago, 28,408.25. So I'm going to probably be trading both sides, and I'm going to keep it tight. Like I wrote on my little notebook, I wrote 1R and 1.5R until FOMC. I'm not going to go for big home runs because the market shows that we're not like going fast in one direction at all. So I'm just going to stay like that, keep it tight, and stay nimble, essentially. What do you think of that?
I mean, look at what Vince said. He talked about his weeks leading up to big earnings and FOMC. They're never the best for him, right? And so he's like, I've been through this where, the end of the action can come at the end of the week. I think that traders need to remember you make money in moments. You don't necessarily make money every day, although you might see different things on social media that tell you that. But when markets are clean, you take it down. If it's not clean leading into FOMC, why force it? And I think that's really the thing, right? If you get a great setup and you like it, take it down. But I like the mindset, Tanya, of adjusting the risk. People don't think that way a lot of times. People think, oh, I risk X amount every day. They don't change it. Well, that's not managing it then. That's just, if it's that automated, then automate it. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, I agree. I think that essentially I don't want to I might have like second or third targets, but I've just been seeing in the range bound market, it's going to go to my first target and come back, stop me, break even. So I'm going to just take more partials and just work on just taking those base hits, and base hits add up to home runs. So I'd rather be that way, and it's less stressful. What about you, Salma?
I think I saw an Edgeful stat over the weekend. Someone shared that NQ on FOMC weeks has been performing better Monday, Tuesday, and then pretty flat the day of FOMC. So maybe that's something to consider as well, that maybe opportunity will be here today, tomorrow, and then Wednesday can be a little bit iffy. But we do have earnings on board as well. So, a lot going on this week, like Desi was saying. But looking at the indices, I hate the fact that we have gaps to the upside, gaps to the downside. We're kind of somewhere in the middle. It makes me not really know like which way we're going. So for me, I'm going to be mindful of the gaps, but I'm also going to be sort of ignoring them. I'm just going to trade what I would normally look for in my setups, and then, work on my targets and my stop losses as I see fit, and not really keeping those gaps in mind, because there's just so many. I was literally looking at, we're gapped up right now. We've got gaps from last week, and I'm just like, holy crap, like which way would we go? So if I'm going to base my opinion off of that, I think I would drive myself crazy. So I'm just going to take it as it comes. Right now, looking at ES, I actually, just as I was waiting for Deli to let me in, I saw the hourly on ES looked really, really good. We're at the 9 EMA on the hourly. Hourly close as a hammer candle. We're right above Pax's quarterly pivot. So for me, everything looks to be aligning, like the bull should step in here and push price up. So I am in a pretty small long right now, just testing the waters pre-market right before the market opens up. So only in 2 micros here, and see what happens. Does look really good for continued upside. And then as far as like the Russell, here we've kind of hit a supply zone that I've got. We do have resistance up here. This has been the same area where we've been rejecting off of since Wednesday last week. So if I'm going to be bullish on the Russell, I want to see us get above 29.80 on the Russell. Anything below that, and I will continue to look for shorts. And yeah, I think that's it. The Russell and ES will be my main focus today. And yeah, I think that's more than enough. Should be keeping me busy.
Yeah. I mean, Selma, we got single stock futures launching today. Doubt you jump in this early, but is that something that you'll start keeping on your radar now?
Yeah, I'm actually really excited. I'm waiting for these prop firms to announce that, they're adding them to the things that we can trade. And if that's the case, then probably sometime this week, I'll be taking some stabs at some of these names for sure. And I can't wait.
Yeah,
So Deli, like I'm sorry, not to cut you off, but my main audience is mainly options traders. So I've got a lot of people who look at like the stuff I post, my Discord community. They're all options traders, and I know so many of them hate theta. So many of them, don't really know like how powerful futures can be. And so this is kind of, I've taken it upon myself that like I got to spread the word, and I got to bring people on to the future side of things. So, hopefully, this might be like really good for me to bring some people on.
I'm excited about it. I thought about that.
Yeah.
The exact thing with you. That's how I found you was your options flow, right? And so obviously that's what you were known for. You become a futures girl.
It's like nobody
nobody
even really knows that like I trade futures. Everyone thinks that I'm primarily day trading options, and I'm like, no, guys, that's actually been something that I haven't done in so long. I still trade options long term, but on the short term, day to day stuff, it's this is my thing, and I can't wait to share that with so many more people. Excited.
Tanya, what about you? Any thoughts on the single stock futures?
Oh yeah, I think like a lot of new people are going to be joining future side now. A lot of options trader. I started my way back when, like 2020, 2021, I was trading options, and I came to futures 2022, and I think that now we're going to have a new wave as well, because it's just going to be a lot simpler, I think, for people to be trading futures instead of options. And top 15 names, it's plenty of options, haha, to go from. And like most people anyway trade all those big names, Nvidia, Tesla, so Google, so many of them. So like they just stick to the same ones typically. So this is going to be really fun. I'm not going to rush into it, but I want to see how this opens and like how everything settles. But yeah, I'm excited to, I'll definitely be trading them.
Yeah.
You know what'll be interesting for me to see are some people, especially people on NinjaTrader Live, because we'll be able to see what they're doing all the time. Are you going to maybe go into a micro and just like hold a swing position now and talk about that over multiple days, right? Because now you're trading, basically 10 shares of like NVIDIA, and you're like, oh, I like this. Or is some people going to be day trading them? Are some people going to, again, trade them on earnings? Or other people? I mean, I think what you all do and how you approach single stock futures, I think is what's going to get interesting, because especially when I think about like the order flow guys, like what's that look like for them, right? Because you've got majority of the order flow, which is going to be on the single stock names. Like obviously we know NVIDIA is doing, I don't know how many shares a day. It's a shit ton, right? And then you got the futures, which are obviously not going to do what that volume is. Are they going to take nuance from that and then move that into futures? I mean, there's so many different things I could see how this evolves. Again, I think everyone take your time, ease your way into it. But we're at a new age of futures again, which is crazy to say this. It's going to be, I think, something to see. So anyway.
I do want to say
Tanya.
one thing though before you go.
Go ahead.
It is an earnings week, guys, and I feel it might be a little bit dangerous that single stock futures are launching on the same week as a very tech heavy earnings. So please, I know
Feels a
there's
little
probably some
intentional.
degens out there waiting to trade this and to be able to trade earnings. Just save yourself, like just wait till next week maybe. Don't do anything too silly that you might regret later. That's all I have to say on that. And yeah, just be careful.
No, that's a good call. Am I done now, Selma? Can I leave? Or
Sure.
do you need me for anything? I'm good. I have to ask her permission now, Tanya. She gets mad if I leave too early, if I stay
Listen,
too long.
we
I
get
think
you
she's
like
giving
2
me.
weeks. We get you like 2 weeks out of the month. We barely get 5 minutes with you. Kane and Leo get to like talk to you for 30 minutes.
We
I don't
got a
hear
full
it.
15 minutes today. I
know.
feel happy. I feel like we got spoiled today.
Tanya, we gotta go play the lotto.
Yeah.
Might be our lucky day.
Kane and Leo were talking shit about me last week. I'm going to have a little word with them when I get in here this
Bro.
week.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah.
You didn't hear it from me though.
No,
I'm joking. I'm joking.
I try to never miss Mondays, though. Of course. There's a lot of
Don't worry. Even if you have to, we forgive you.
All right. Thank
Well,
you.
but
That's
you
why
have
you
to
two
make
are
it
the
up
best.
to us. That's the thing. Like we
Okay,
forgive you, but
well-
what we expect, like it to be made up.
Like 15
I need to
minutes.
come to New
hanging
York
out
to
with
take.
us.
I need to come to New York to take you to dinner. That's what I have to do. What are we even thinking? That's what's got to happen.
That's 100%.
Let's go. Make it happen,
I don't know why
Captain.
it hasn't happened yet.
All right. All right. That's.
We got to
I'm
go to
gonna
a
put
nice
that on the itinerary.
steakhouse.
Steakhouse. Let's go to Tao. Let's go eat some sushi. Let's go big.
Let's go to a New York steakhouse.
Bro, let's go to a rooftop. Let's go hang out.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. I mean, who was up the latest in Miami? Right
Uh-oh.
here.
Bro,
This
every
group.
night.
This group right here.
This group
I
right
think
here.
if I left any earlier, I would have had so much FOMO. And it's like we weren't even doing anything. We were just hanging out. But
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Lobby.
I wonder what they're talking
We had
about.
1 a.m.
Nah.
pizza. We had 1
Yeah,
a.m.
bro.
pizza one night. Yeah.
Yep. That was pretty good.
Nothing better. Yeah.
All right, Deli, go.
Well, I'm bouncing.
free.
500 likes, everybody, for the girls. They do a giveaway from the newsletter. And somebody said last week you guys got to 1,000. I think for every 500 likes you do a giveaway. So if you get to 500, you do another 500. You do too. Why not?
Wow. Okay.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Oh yeah.
All
I
right.
think you got to 1,000 likes one day. Yeah, the Monday.
You did.
Mhm.
Yeah. You
Awesome.
guys are in charge. All right. I'll see you.
All right, Deli, go have your 5th cup of espresso.
Ciao. Brush your hair. Take care. Bye.
Brush your hair. Take care. That's a good one.
Oh, God. What's up? What's up?
What's up, chat? You heard him. Get those likes up. Maybe we can get it even before the open.
That was so fun. Guys, I feel this might be a good session. I'm already like so smiley. My cheeks hurt.
Aw.
Feeling good.
Nice job. Did you learn today you passed 4 evals on Friday? Cool.
Nice job. Were you copy trading that or just individually trading those? Good morning, Focus on Extreme. What's up? Chris Fisher says, Salma, my friend, early birds do not always catch the worms. What does that mean? Are
He
you
doesn't like that
referencing?
you're in a trade right away, probably.
Oh, yeah, maybe. I could just see my setup, guys.
Did
That's really
you
it.
trade Sunday open?
I was at a concert last night trading, yes.
Wait,
Yes.
you were at I thought you were gonna say no, but yes, you were.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I took a little peek here and there, saw something.
What concert?
Might have taken a trade. Leonard Skinner and Foreigner. It was good.
Wow.
I had to leave early so I can make sure I was awake and alive for this show today. So yeah,
That
it
was too funny.
was good. It was a fun show. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Yeah, someone did mention, who was it? Top man 6454. Tanya and Salma, did you notice NASDAQ daily candle has no bottom wick? It opened yesterday and ripped. Yes, I did notice that. Weekly open. And also, it's a very whole number, like psychological level there. 28,500. It's kind of sus to me. So, it'd be interesting here.
Tanya, someone in chat is asking you for a good Vietnamese spot in the city. Maybe you know one. They're going to visit.
Good Vietnamese spots.
I don't think I've ever had.
Yeah. Let me think. What's the name? It'll come to me in a second. I forgot. Let me look it up. Ginger and lemongrass.
There you go. I knew Tanya would know a spot.
Mm-hmm. Also Cyclo is good. Cyclo. Anyway. Yeah, I think this is kind of sus. I think we could have a range day. How many points did we move up since? Oh, it's actually easy to do the math there. We moved like 260 points since that Sunday open. And this little Sunday open, weekly open, if I go from like the Friday's low to this overnight high, it's the middle of the range. So I could see us dropping down into here. And I could see us bouncing basically, I think, between these two areas that I have highlighted on the red and the green. This. I could see that happening. Closed here. I'm going to make this the NWOG. All right. Wait, so which concert did you go to again?
Leonard Skinner and Foreigner.
Oh, okay. What kind of music is that? Like
rock and roll?
Rock and roll, like folkish or?
No, like rock.
Oh, okay.
Like 70s rock.
Oh, wow.
You don't know
That's bad
Foreigner?
rock.
Like, I want to know what love is.
Foreigner, yeah. Oh, wait, so 3 bands
Leonard
together.
Skinner, Freebird.
Oh, okay. 2 bands together.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know Foreigner.
Sweet Home Alabama. Like, yeah, it was fun. It was a good time. Again, I just had to leave early, which made me feel like I was really, really old.
What time did you leave? Wait, where were you? In Jersey, MetLife?
No, it was at PNC in Jersey. It's
Oh,
like
okay.
an outdoor
nice.
venue. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah. Someone
Sick.
called me cringe. Okay, thanks. For what? Listen to music?
They're gonna start asking you to name 3 songs soon enough. I said I liked soccer, and then they were like, name 3 players, and I was like, all right, I listed off like a whole
I
roster.
remember that. You schooled them, yeah. Schooled them. Guys, don't tell Tanya's like music, no, I'm sorry, not music, sports expertise. The hell am I saying music?
Let's see. Bitcoin rises. Wait, where's Bitcoin? It gained 0.5%. Okay. That's 65,000.
It's the Bitcoin.
The
Uh-oh.
Bitcoin.
It's the Bitcoin, according to Jim. Yeah, he loves going the Bitcoin. He also
Yeah,
likes
we
to say
haven't-
subscriptions. Thanks for your subscriptions.
We haven't talked to Jim in a while. Where's Jim at? Jim, if you're listening, hi. I hope your weekend was good. He's been
Oh, yeah.
like MIA since last week.
See, I don't know. Maybe he's on vacation.
Oh, there he is. He says hello.
He's literally in the chat. I
Hello.
think he was in Florida.
Oh, was he?
Tanya likes Tomorrowland. No, I've never been there. I don't like EDM.
Someone said, why am I long? So multiple reasons. Really liking this hammer here. We're at Pax's quarterly pivot, which is where I do expect buyers to step in. We're at the 9 EMA hourly. Looks good. I think it's just you know, giving us that slight retracement for it to push back up. Let's see though. I could be wrong and I could get stopped out. I think it's worth a shot. 10-point stop for a 20-point TP.
Yeah, wait, so what
It's-
trade did you take last night at the concert?
Some gold shorts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
It was good. So it was good. Dude, so I thought I was mistaken. I thought Foreigner was just like opening up for Leonard Skinner. They were up there for like an hour and a half. I was like, holy crap. They must have sang every single song that they ever had. Like they were up there for a minute. And then by the time there was
The
like
greatest hits.
I guess they did like intermission type of thing, you know, when they have to like take apart the stage and put new instruments and stuff up. That took like 45 minutes. So we were sitting there twiddling our thumbs. That killed a big chunk of, the
Wait,
time.
to set up for the next band?
Yeah, to set up for Leonard Skinner. And then by the time Leonard Skinner came on, I had to dip on out of there or else I wouldn't have made it to the show. I still would have been sleeping. QCap. Listen, trust your technical analysis. I don't necessarily have to be right on this, If you're seeing a short on ES, guys, then by all means, take that short. Don't let my position stop you. I mean, I'm only in 2 micros with a 10-point stop.
She's
Trust
risking like
yourself.
$100. Chill.
Yeah. Trust your setup. Don't let me stop you. Yeah, see, Stowe knows that they do an eternal changeover. Dude, it was like forever. Dad music is the best. There's like a playlist on Spotify, guys, and like the picture cover of it is like some dad like grilling on the barbecue. He's got the New Balance the white clean, squeaky clean New Balances, the ones like farm wears that he's shown on camera before. And it's called like let me see, I actually have it saved. It's like heartbreak music or something. It's just like all dad rock songs. Oh, here it is. It's called Divorced Dad Rock Bangers, and then it's a dad like grilling with the New Balances. It's pretty good. Yeah, production's having fun this morning. Got a fever of 103. I listened to that yesterday. Whoever played that.
How do they do that? Like, do you get like a few seconds to do that before it gets copyright?
Yes, it's what's it called? I think it's like 2 seconds that they have.
Yeah.
Or
4
4 seconds. There you go. 4 seconds.
Good to know.
Don't go over 4 and get your account taken down.
No, I think they would just like demonetize the stream, or maybe the stream would go down. We don't want the stream to go down.
I don't understand how like on TikTok you can kind of like it's a free for all. Anything goes. You can stream anything, you can listen to any music.
I don't
Like
know.
people are streaming the World Cup like on TikTok.
Were they actually?
Yeah. Yeah, like people stream everything on TikTok. Anyway.
But if you can mimic Mickey Mouse voice, are you copyrighted? I can do a good Mickey Mouse impression.
Let's hear it.
Right now? Okay.
Yeah, why not?
It's Mickey Mouse. Everyone in chat better be nice today.
Bro, I'm dead. It's Mickey Mouse you did good on. Do it again.
It's Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, that was good.
All right, here's the open, actually, right on time.
No, please don't take me out. Don't do it. Wow, gold just flushed.
All right. I have this area marked out. Let's see. Yeah, ES is definitely stronger than NASDAQ, at least. You got, it's right at the 8:30, 9:30 open. They're the same.
Bro, if you go on regular trading hours, guys, just look at how we have the gap from, Wednesday to Thursday, and then we have the gap obviously from last night to today. There's just so many gaps, and we're just in the middle of,
Yeah.
we're kind of in the middle of both. So this can go either way. It can really push or drop. And I just got stopped out of that long. Damn. I still think it could potentially work. Yep, I think it would. It could.
I think we're probably going back to 500s on NASDAQ, 28,500.
Oh sure, I just saw how
But
Nasdaq's dropping.
28,525 first.
Gold is at Pax's quarterly pivot level at 40.78, guys. If you don't have that level marked, I would highly suggest that you do. It's been a pretty good level to watch. We're also 122 likes or 112 likes away from 500 likes on the stream. At 500 likes, we will run our first giveaway, guys.
And the first giveaway will be an NT Live hat.
Is that what we're doing? A hat?
Yeah.
And if you were wondering how they look, here it is.
Oh, she already got it. She got it right here.
Yep. It's a pretty good one. I've got it next to me ready in case, bad hair day or something.
Someone never has a bad hair day.
I don't know about that. Someone in chat was saying they don't like the straight hair.
They got used to the waves. I don't know.
I had to switch it up,
Everyone's
guys.
always got to have an opinion. Someone.
Literally. It's all good.
All right. NASDAQ hit that 520 5 level. Let's see if it gets to weekly open.
Nasdaq is so weak. Wow.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, listen, Bulls definitely had a really good setup here, and they just did nothing with it, which is unfortunate. Setup looks very similar on NQ as well, by the way.
YM's a laggard. Where we at? YM.
So is, well,
Yeah.
no, the laggard is the Russell. Russell
yeah.
green on the 30-minute here.
Oh yeah. I guess that person who Mehmet trades YM. Tracy says we are negative gamma both in ES and NASDAQ.
Yeah, wow. The Rusty's trying to push. Wow. Russell is really going.
Okay, NASDAQ with that weekly open. Wow.
Okay,
big,
guys,
big,
maybe
big
I
pop
spoke
off
too
of that.
early. I spoke too early. Maybe buyers are trying to do something with this. Macros, Vin, it would appear that way. It would.
Okay, so we have this weekly open. We have this inversion here. Let's see now. We just hit
Oh.
midnight open. We could retrace a bit. Let's see.
Also forgot about this like trend line I drew. That's still holding on ES 30-minute. I mean, it's only been 7 minutes into the open.
Oh, yeah. Feels like less. Okay, let me see.
You said it feels like less?
I don't know. Yes, things just go past by when you're super focused in the morning. Time passes slower, I guess. I don't know. Okay, 602. NASDAQ ATR is 602 the last 5 days. The ES 83. We only moved like 260 points so far on the NASDAQ. And ES, we moved 38. Yeah, I think interesting.
Wow. NQ swept its weekly open. ES did not.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just gonna wait. Tried it, took the L. Just gonna hold on tight now.
Yeah, we got plenty of time here.
Yeah. But wow, the Russell is very mighty. It is just pushing. We closed above 29.80 on the Russell, and I like it for higher.
I want to see if Nasdaq holds its 933 low. Yes, it's certainly stronger here.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Because look at that bounce on gold off of that 40.78 level. We're already up 10 points since the open on GC. Telling you guys, market if you haven't already done so. And Q's still very weak. Wow.
Yeah, NQ is going, it's dropping, but might make a new low session.
That makes it a bit more difficult to run a long ES here.
Yeah. Yeah, I want ES to be above like 8:30, 9:30 open for me to long. So where are we at versus midnight? Okay. Yeah, that was short-lived, that pop-up from NASDAQ.
Feels trappy. Yeah, Chris Fisher says you better wait to see what 10 a.m. has got
Is
to
that a
offer.
threat, Chris Fisher?
You better wait. I actually have to agree with Chris here. I think I will wait only because I've tried it. It didn't work out. This looks a little bit too indecisive for me. So
Yeah.
just gonna chill out
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, you made a good point when you talked about like the RTH hours and things like that. Like we look at
Those gaps are
how
just like
the gaps and not only that, it's also just like the structure. It's like I could see us just dropping and just not like literally kind of like similar. Just playing around with this. I could see that. So
yeah, we're like kind of in the middle of these gaps, and obviously it can just be a coin toss on which way we go. Not this again, E10.
what happened?
I don't know. Were you on stream with me when Chris Fisher came in, said, Salma, not everything is as it seems, and then he just went like super quiet?
Everything is not as it seems.
Okay, well, yeah, they're bringing that back.
Oh, okay.
There goes ES sliding. Cool. You can thank NQ for that.
Past the low. Chad, do you think we'll get a gap fill?
Well, let me see. It's such a big gap too. Like on ES, it's over 50 points.
Mm-hmm.
This is a good poll. We have FOMC earnings this week. Where do you think indices will end? Red, green, or flat, guys? It's a pretty good poll. I'm gonna go ahead and say flat. Like one thing will just mute the other.
Where's weekly open is here. I'm gonna say red.
Guys, make sure you thumb up the stream. Let's get our first giveaway winner. Come on, we need 50 more people to thumb it up. We have 1,500 people watching. I think we can get 500 likes. You're all capable. And then you can win a hat.
How many more likes do we need?
Let me see my fresh. We need oh, we hit 500. There you go.
Great.
All right. So here's the thing, guys. Deli gave us permission and said for every 500 likes we get, we can do a giveaway. So this will be one person. If we end up hitting 1,000 likes on stream, we'll pick another giveaway winner and so on and so forth. We have 1,500 people watching. I think we can do 1,000. I mean, that's really shooting for the stars, but if you guys want it bad enough, it's possible.
Make sure
Got the
to be
numbers.
eligible to win, you have to be signed up to the NinjaTrader newsletter.
Yes.
CL Trader is asking about the current competition. Well, when we were looking to do max trades on our competition, we were thinking about it. It was like one full round trip is one trade. So like if you buy 5 contracts and you sell them later, that's one trade.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I think Tanya knows more about that than me. I wouldn't be mad if this ended up being a downtrend day.
You would be mad or
I
won't?
wouldn't. I wouldn't.
Okay.
I
yeah.
like
Same.
downtrend days
I wouldn't be
more.
mad either.
But I just need a retest re-entry.
Yeah. ES coming back to weekly open.
Gold is really the only thing that held its bounce. Even Russell's starting to retrace a bit.
What does gold cost now? 4,100?
40.90. Yeah,
Okay.
close enough. Close enough. You see this. And we still got 10 more minutes until 10 a.m. I want to see where Russell is relative to that. If we close below the zone, then Russell will obviously follow suit with NQES. If not, then it would diverge and continue pushing higher. All right, guys. We're about to announce the giveaway winner. Make sure you are subscribed to the newsletter, thumbing up the stream, and then be here every single Monday morning with me and Tanya so that we can, do these giveaways for as long as you guys give us 500 likes. And I don't think we're stopping anytime soon, so.
Okay, wait. So 10 minutes left in this hourly candle. Let's see what this looks like. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll wait until the 10 a.m. open and then trade that 10 to 11 a.m. candle.
I think
Try to get it around the top wick of it. I think we could retrace a little bit and then potentially like drop more. Maybe a gap fill. Let's see. Nvidia's down 2% now. SpaceX down 3. AMD's down 2.7. ASML down 4%. Okay. S&P much stronger. Finance is all green.
Let me pull up my handy dandy dashboard. Let's see. Yeah, wow, a lot of the names are green.
Yeah.
Taking a look. I just really have AMD, Nvidia, Tesla, and other semi names dragging, and memory names dragging NQ.
Yeah, because of the China DV report.
Oh, there was some sort of news?
Like a report said state-backed Chinese firm had begun mass producing like their domestic DUV lithography machines. So that could like lessen China's reliance on ASML and other Western suppliers.
Look at Tanya with the news.
Yep. Let me think. Let's see what the NinjaTrader newsletter said today. Did you read it this morning?
I did not, but I saw they used the Odyssey.
Oh wait, you watched
as a
it, you liked
subject.
it.
Yeah, it was good.
Okay.
I would rate it like a 7. I heard there's a lot of people on Twitter who are not happy with that movie.
Yeah.
It's getting a lot of hate.
Oh yeah. Twitter likes to hate on things, though. I don't know. Sometimes it's warranted, sometimes it's not. Maybe I'll have to see for myself. I would want to. Lincoln Center has an IMAX screen. It's like 100 feet. So I would go to that one.
Even watching it, like I watched it at a normal theater, it was still a good movie. Like I like visually, it was still really good.
Yeah. Yeah, if it's at a normal one, it's just like the quality is going to be higher then. Yeah,
Yeah.
smaller screen.
We do have a winner, guys. Tanya, you want to announce the winner?
Congrats to Ben R85513 for winning the giveaway. Great good times, come on.
It's a really good hat. Ben, we hope you enjoy it. From us to you.
Wear it in good health.
Yes. There you go, Tanya. You're learning.
Mm.
It's a really nice thing to say to someone. Pick of the hat. I'll do you one better. No need for a picture. Here, you can see it live. You guys see that? It's sick. And then it's got this from the back. Okay? That's pretty nice. Wait, oh, let me share it again. Hold on. Okay. I'm blocking my view so I can't see, but I hope you guys can see this hat.
Good.
All right, good.
Nice nails.
And then this is the back. It says NinjaTrader from the back, okay? All right, there you go. Thank you.
Bring your green hat. Let's go.
Violet said she wanted a hat. Tell Violet we'll send her one. And now production's gonna be like, maybe one day, Violet.
That's like the teenager, right?
No, she's like a 7-year-old who's tuning in with her dad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Violet, you're turning violet, Violet.
There you go, Violet. You got your own soundbite. Salma with the selling techniques. Yeah. I try. Yes, Logan, it's like a burgundy wine color.
Fancy schmancy burgundy.
Whoa, what the heck just happened to gold?
What happened?
It just hit a Uno reverse. Sheesh. What? What is going on? Yeah, wow. All right. This is not looking too good. Do you got hats in different colors? No, I don't think they do, but I think that's probably
No.
something they're working on. You know? Maybe. All right. What I'm eyeing for 10 a.m. is probably a short on the Russell. That's what I'm looking at right now.
Mm-hmm.
We're rejecting the supply zone. Obviously, NQES is still making new lows. Even the Dow is dropping. What's happening at 10 a.m. again? Nothing, Eddie. I just like to wait for the first 30 minutes. Allows for the 4-hour candle to close. And if there's, 10 a.m. data, that would be obviously out of the way. So it's just a way to wait.
Just the hourly to close, yeah.
Yes.
The new hourly candle.
Yeah. There's nothing magical happening though. Don't worry. Or is there? Dun dun dun.
Damn, Nasdaq dropped.
And yes, I should stop. RTY, Russell is still dropping. Please stop. Let me get in first. Don't keep going down without me.
Sheesh.
This is nasty.
SpaceX down 4%. Did you guys see Elon Musk tweeted like former trillionaire, something like that? That was funny.
You said that?
He tweeted it like last week when SpaceX like lost market cap.
That is actually really funny. It must suck for him because well, actually, no, I shouldn't even say that. He's still very, very rich, so it can't suck that bad. Never mind. Forget it.
I don't think so. I don't think
All
he
right, this
cares.
isn't even giving me the little retracement I wanted to be able to get into the short.
I know it was a
Oh my goodness.
very
See?
shallow retracement there at 950. It retested that weekly open, I suppose, and rejected it on the Nasdaq and dropped.
When you
didn't
like rush
think
into a
this type of
position.
more back and forth.
Wait, what? I'm sorry.
Didn't
What'd you say?
expect it to be like trending down list like this. I thought it would be more back and forth and that I'd get a better entry or something, but oh well.
Yeah, and when
We'll
you're trying to
see.
exercise patience, that's when it just doesn't come back to, your limit, or it doesn't retrace and just keeps going, and you're like, okay. All right.
Yeah, pretty crazy. All right.
I call those no trade days. I feel it might be a little too early to rule this out as a no trade day. It's only been 33 minutes, but we'll see. Let it keep rolling. User, it sounds like you're already short. Because if I was short, I'd want this thing to keep dropping too. I wouldn't want it to come do any retests. All right, I might just enter here. Okay. So a much riskier entry.
RTY.
Yeah.
Yeah. for
Yeah.
catch up. Yeah, honestly, RTY's last 15. Yeah, those 2 wicks on the 15 look good.
I mean, I wanted to see us come back up to around like Asia highs, maybe the midpoint of my supply zone for me to go short. But NQ does not look like it wants to stop.
Yeah. I think it's on its way to previous day low as well. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah.
I mean, the Dow just gave a retest, but it better not do no Dow BS like it normally does. Let's see. I'm gonna try and be very conservative with this. Once again, it is a riskier entry. I just need to see the Russell lose midnight open here at, what is this, 68.
Yeah, Russell. Oh, that's actually a good entry for you.
Yeah. For now, it looks good.
15-minute. Yeah. It's near like the
NQ.
top of it.
Wait, where's NQ at? NQ is really close to sweeping previous week low.
Yep.
Didn't it tease previous week low like all of last week just to do it on that Friday?
Yeah.
So, guys, be careful, please.
It could.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see.
All right, I moved
I
my
think if
stops.
we
Sorry,
stay
go ahead.
below that 408s, like we should hit that previous week low.
I moved stops break even. I don't want this to go red on me. Let's see. All right, now that I'm in this short, I just want to see a flush. I'm like user right now, and he's like, just keep rolling.
I'm like waiting to see if NASDAQ will retrace to this area. It's like 50%. I just drew a fib, 50% of this last leg down. And maybe it'll retest previous week low from 2 weeks ago, 408s. We stay below that, we should be fine. But right now it's like quite weak, holding below 10 a.m. low. 10
Yeah.
a.m. open, 10 a.m. open. My thought process, like if I'm bearish, then I would want to short above 10 a.m. open, thinking, I'm getting the top of the wick. That will go lower. We'll see. Like you said, we have been teasing that.
Yeah, we did that all last week. Not sure about the week before. But I remember like ES and Q putting in some really wonky lows where we'd be like points away from sweeping a really important level and then just hitting like Uno reverse back to the upside.
Yeah.
So yeah, if they wanted to do that again today, it would not shock me. What's wonky? Wonky cake. Cake is wonky. Your name is wonky.
We got 10 AM open right there, and we're dropping. Well,
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. I had set a 1 micro trim and that hit. So cool. Just gonna hold on to these 2 micros and see what happens.
nice.
Madman Micros, take care. Thanks for tuning in.
Good morning, Heats 007.
Heats, you're late. Heats, you're usually here very early. All right, so this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we'll set 1 limit partials if we sweep weekly open. And then another limit, and this is really pushing it if we get the gap fill. See how weak we can really get. Okay, Tanya and Q came 18 points away from previous week low. Let's see if they do it.
I
See
know.
if market makers mess with everyone here or what. Who is it? Phil? What's his name?
Yeah, Phil.
Phil. Let's see if Phil messes with everyone.
We'll
See,
see.
I'm learning.
Yeah, very shallow retracements here today of this pullback at 948 and this one here 10. Oh well. All right. See what Phil does.
Do we have any Phils in the chat?
I'm sure we do.
Order filled. Wonky cake. That's some of your best work. That's really good stuff. Give me a flush. Give me a drop.
Give me a drop. Drop, 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 drop. Everybody.
Da na na na. Dun 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 dun. Oh, we need to stop. All right, we're really stalling here.
Order filled. Someone said that they got scared about that. Sorry.
Oh, my bad.
I don't think I
Do-
sound like it.
Yeah, I was gonna just say, do we sound like her
Mm-mm.
Order filled.
or him?
Yeah, mine's the man also. But some people have the woman. Is it like Siri? You can decide what voice.
I remember having a woman. I don't know if I picked her. Jump scare. Guys, while we wait for something to happen, I do have a very important question. What is your favorite breakfast food? Like if you can have something that you wouldn't get tired of every single day? That's a really good question. And it's weighing on
I
me
made
heavy right now.
myself breakfast. I didn't even eat like half of it.
Yeah, but like if you're gonna say eggs, then what kind of eggs? Let's be a little bit specific here. You gotta give me something more than that.
Eggs.
No, but like how, whoa, wait, you're eating eggs right now? Bro, how
But
cold
no,
are
I said
they?
I made it this morning. I didn't finish it.
How cold are they? Oh, poor Tanya.
I don't know. Eggs get
Felipe
cold fast.
says, what a really good question. Are you being facetious with me?
Just give me all the bacon and eggs you have.
Ron Swanson entered the chat.
I think mine is gonna be a lox Benedict.
Oh.
Lox Benny is a pretty good. That's not something I would ever make for myself, but if I could just like have that every single day, then yeah.
I spent last weekend like perfecting how to make poached eggs.
Okay, now you just need a little bit of lox.
Mm-hmm.
Scrambled
I like
eggs and wheat
lox. I don't like
toast.
smoked salmon. Not the same thing. But I
Wait,
like
you
lox.
like what?
I like lox. I don't like smoked salmon.
Yeah, there's
Not
a
the same.
difference.
Some people don't know that there's a difference. Big difference.
A lot of people. Oh wow, someone said sardines. Yeah,
Sardines
that's what I'm
and
talking
avocado
about.
for breakfast. Wow.
Well, I wouldn't have it for breakfast, but I mean, listen, I've had wilder stuff for breakfast. So if I was to have sardines, it's not the craziest thing in the world, but that is a very healthy meal.
Mm-hmm. Charles asking me what's the secret to making good poached eggs. You add a little bit. You bring the pots with soft boil. You add a little bit of white vinegar to help the egg the egg white stay around the egg yolk, and then you swirl it like a little vortex, and you drop the egg in the middle of the vortex. No, I don't like smoked salmon. I don't like smoky tasting things. Dude, we got really close to that previous weekly low.
That's what I'm saying. This is what they keep doing.
What if they do take it out and it's like, boom, big drop? I don't know. Today, even though we have a drop so far, we're down 0.14%. You know, it's like pretty much where we closed on Friday. Let's see, the low is here, 2224. Yeah, we got about 12 points away from previous weekly low. I think it could. I could take it. I'm gonna mark out this like 4-hour see on that from like May.
Hey guys, let's talk about trading, not freaking eggs. Well, I mean, there's nothing really going on. We're just stalling here
Salma's in
at
a
the
short.
lows.
What else do you want?
Yeah, guys, we can't just keep giving play-by-play when nothing has happened. So,
But before, you know, there was the time I was on by myself, and then like I would talk about exactly what the stocks, like what the market was doing, and be like, okay, Nasdaq now failing this, now it's at 260s. People were complaining about that. We don't want to know.
you can't win. I mean, on like my solo streams, I kind of everything goes. I tell people, I say, if you want something talked about, then ask a question. If not, then I'm gonna go on, these little
You
mini
can't. Yeah, it's called
tangents.
constructive criticism. You got to be
Yeah.
constructive about it. You got to ask a question. Exactly. Is the market going to keep going down?
Your guess is
don't
as good
know.
as anybody else's, my friend.
Let me consult my magic 8-ball.
Chicago butter. Chicago.
Chicago. Chicago. Chicago.
How do you like your eggs? Like over medium, not too runny and not too, yeah, somewhere in between the middle. It's like sunny side eggs, sunny side up, but like, yeah, over medium. It's probably my fave. Ah, there you go. Production's agreeing with me. Hell yeah. Also, every now and then I like a little scrambled eggs. Can't go wrong with that.
Oh yeah. That's what I did this morning. Wait, what was your favorite sunny side up?
Sunny side up, but like over medium. It can't be too runny and it can't be like no run to it. It's gotta be somewhere in the middle. Yeah.
All right, we tapped previous weekly low. Chat.
Oh, did we? Nice. Now keep dropping. Yeah, Tanya, did you want to be a singer? Someone's asking if that was something you wanted to be when you were younger.
I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe. I think I want to be an actress. My mom was like, no. All actresses end up, getting into drugs. That's what she would tell me.
I mean, she's not wrong. Hollywood is definitely, yeah, no. I get it. I get it. I get it. Someone said, how do you get into a position and trade and have no emotions? You're just like, I like eggs. Because, I mean, listen, what else? I have two options.
Experience.
I have two options. I can be here sweating about my position that is already, I took a trim on, it's break even stops, it's going my way, or I can let it do its, or I don't even know what I just said, whatever. I can either be really sweating over this for no reason, or I can just sit here and have a little bit of fun banter and a good time with you guys, right? So yeah, everybody's got a choice.
Exactly.
Jim, you liking the Russell shorts? Make a phone call for me real quick, Jim. Tell him to dump it more. Yeah, this is a really good this is a really good point. Mike Cabbage says position sizing also helps. Big emotions come from sizing way too big. So obviously, guys, when I got into this position, I was in 3 micros. For me, 3 is good enough where I can be chill. You guys got to figure out what's the position sizing where you feel chill. Because when you're risking, let's say $100, it's a very different feeling from if you're risking $1,000, right? There's a very big difference. You guys have to figure out what works for you and size accordingly to that. Salma, what's your accent? I didn't know I had one, but New Jersey.
Everybody has an accent.
I don't think I do. I mean,
That's a lovely accent you have.
dude, English isn't even my first language.
Come on, Deli, what are you doing?
I'm walking here.
Yeah.
That was me all night yesterday. So I don't know if anybody know anything about PNC, the venue. You gotta walk to it's a far walk, okay, from where you park. And I was just like a stroll in the hallway. I'm like, I'm walking here. I was just like, it was so stupid, but I was having fun. Yeah, Shag. Yep, that's correct. I'm walking here. Yeah, Jam. I do eat sardines. What's the problem with sardines? Sardines are mad good for you.
There's a store in Times Square is literally just sells Portuguese sardines. Or is it
I've never
anchovies?
had those.
Sardines or anchovies? I gotta look that up.
Salma from the
sardines.
block.
The fantastic world of the Portuguese sardine.
Bro, try that. It's so funny because growing up, like I would watch my dad eat sardines all the time. I'm like, ugh, like I would be like skeeved out a little bit. But little did I know how delicious it actually is. But like that's what you think when you're a kid. You always think everything.
Kids are picky eaters.
Yeah. Yes. Salma say I want some
Still
coffee.
in your shorts, right?
Yeah,
where are you targeting?
Hold
Banger for you.
on. I have 54.3 as my next trim. We just made the low of 54.4. Can't make this up. So my next trim should be coming up here if we can get it. And then my next target would be another 10 points down from here.
Gotcha.
Hold on. Eric says having a hard time with the market when the market keeps going down like this. Eric, what is your struggle with a day like today? Because I used to be in a position like you where I would hate on red days and downward trend days. I would either be hate watching it or I'd be trying to knife catch it. So maybe I can dispense a little bit of, wisdom or some help to you if you can tell me, what do you hate about this or what's so hard about this for you? Is it because you don't like to short? Okay, well, there has to be a reason. Are you upset that you missed a trade?
Just give me a reason. Just a little bit's enough.
I'm so excited for the end of the year NinjaTrader live recap where it's just going to be videos of Tanya singing. They're going to have a singing segment for
No,
Tanya
they have a
specifically.
singing segment already, and like plenty of other people have sang.
Yeah, well, you're going to be like, that's going to be your category. It's just going to be Tanya.
No, there's plenty of people that they sing Creed all the time. They sing Take Me Higher.
Can you take me higher?
Can you take me higher?
All right, guys, there's my next trim. We'll put stops and profit, and we'll actually move this stop a bit down.
Yeah, looks like we're really just that's good. Let's see, ES, so 7,400. Oh yeah, also ES still has that like June 26th open. Weekly no wick there.
Forget who I was on here with, but they said whenever there isn't a wick from the bottom and we're trending higher, then there's like a chance that we come back and retest that. So isn't that what we just did? Didn't someone say NQ had no bottom wick?
Yeah. The Sunday open.
Yeah. Who said that when I was on with them? Was it Jack? I don't know. Someone said it, but yeah, I guess it held true today as well. So something I'll keep an eye on moving forward. Wowzer says, can you show how you entered in the trade? Yeah, so it came from this 15-minute candle that we had here. I mean, I can just show you real quick. So in the morning, I explained that the Russell had this 30-minute supply zone here. And I said, if we can close above 29.80, then I would be bullish, right? And obviously this morning off the open, the Russell was really strong. It looked to be really good. And all it did was trap all those buyers up top, closed within my supply zone. And on the 15-minute, it printed this, like, it's not the cleanest kind of candle that I would look for, but it closed as an inside bar on the 15 right within my supply zone. And initially I wanted a retest of Asia highs somewhere around like the midpoint of my supply zone. Didn't really get it. Saw us here real quick. I'm just gonna drop down. Saw us come back up slightly, and I said, you know what, this is where I got to get in. And yeah, just it was a riskier entry from the limit that I had set, which was a little bit higher. It was around like 29.78-ish that I wanted. Saw that we weren't really the buyers weren't really too strong to get us back up there. And so I took a risky entry. It wasn't something that I would really do on a regular, but you know, you had NQES still continuing with the selling momentum, and then you even had the Dow dropping. So it was just a matter of time, in my opinion, for the Russell to have caught up with the rest. And so that's kind of why I took that entry. Hope that helps.
Yeah, and you had a good entry. You were like never in drawdown.
Yeah, honestly, like I even thought about it too. I said to myself, like, if we were to push, because initially that 15-minute candle that opened up at 10 a.m., it was like as soon as we opened, we just dropped, right? I wanted to see us push up first, hit a point where sellers would step in, push price back down. I saw that we weren't getting it, and I thought to myself, you know, if we do push up here to fill my limit short, I don't know how much I would really like it, because I think it would like buyers would have just ripped us right through that. Like I would have been I don't know what am I trying to say, like I think I would have just been standing in the way of a bull train type of thing, you know? Like if they would have came up there, I don't think they would have sold us off. So yeah. A Wowzer just said thank you 3 times. You're welcome.
Aw.
He also did ask the question like 3 times, so say you missed a trade, what would be your plan right now? Leslie, I would be hate watching this. No, I'm joking. I would probably have jumped down to the 5-minute, and I would have looked for a retest of the 9 EMA, which we honestly have not gotten. You can see there's like a gap and a distance. Let me just remove this, the key levels indicator. You can see there's a gap and a distance between the candles and the 9 EMA. So we haven't really gotten a true proper retest of the 9 EMA, which is something that I would look for on true trend days, either up or down. So there's nothing I would have taken, honestly. It wouldn't have given me enough pullback to get in. And I'm not really someone who would drop down to like the 3-minute or the 1-minute. So yeah, I would have probably been missing all of this. No, Wowzer, I didn't skip. There's a lot of messages in chat, and just sometimes, you know, naturally I miss things. But I saw you putting the question back to back, and I was able to answer that for you. Don't forget, guys, I mean, I feel like I'm sounding like a broken record here, but we have 1,400 people watching. If we get 1,000 likes, we will do another giveaway of another NinjaTrader Live hat.
How many
It's
likes
very
you at?
doable. We're at 660. I'm pretty sure we can do 400 more. I mean, we literally have 1,500 people. All you guys gotta do is take 1 second out of your day, thumb it up. I mean, what? I'm in a position here that's almost up 30 points on a short here. Give us some likes. Focus on extreme. I don't mean to miss any of you guys' messages. I feel I do a really good job trying to answer people. I'm sorry. It's a promise. It's not on purpose. Watch how viewers leave when you ladies leave. No, you guys be nice.
Well, like
Stowe and
that's
Jack.
yeah, be nice, but also like a lot of times, people only are trading the New York Open. It's like the much higher amount of volume in the market than from like lunchtime.
That's
Or
fair.
11
I
to
mean,
12.
I don't know, guys. I'm here at my desk literally all day long, so I will definitely be tuned in to the guys. You guys should too. They dispense a lot of knowledge, and they're also pretty funny.
They dispense a lot of knowledge. I like that. Let's see.
No hate to anyone, but Stowe might be my favorite. Cabbage,
Those are a lot of people's
sometimes
favorite.
it's best to just not let us know. I don't need to know who your favorite is.
Yeah, why don't you tell that when Stowe is on?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm just joking, guys. Yeah, I don't want to hear anybody's favorite anybody unless it's gonna be me, okay? Doug.
Yeah.
I'm walking here. No, I'm joking. I gotta stop. I gotta stop. All right, guys. I am fully out of this position. Done deal.
Woo! Big win.
For anyone who wants to see where I took partials. There you go. I basically took partials first at like 10 points at around Asia lows and the 63 level I had here. And then at 54, which is right around the weekly open. And then what I have to be full gap fill on the Russell at 46. Done.
Boom.
Done.
Got some gabagool.
Got some gabagool is crazy.
I think it might be time to rewatch The Sopranos, guys. Now,
Yeah.
who wants to give me access to their HBO? Who's got HBO and wants to share the wealth? Eddie says, Salma, where's your money gun? I don't have one of those, unfortunately. You guys know what I did order though, or should I just keep it?
Keep it a
like,
secret until it comes
Keep it
on.
a surprise. All right, cool. Yeah. We're getting a little mini upgrade to the office. Not an upgrade, like an addition to the office. Before you guys think I'm having some like crazy makeover. See, all that breakfast talk before helped me out, guys. I appreciate you all. Around the world, around the world. Yeah, Ram Dog. I know that song. My parents used to sing that song to me. Salma ordered a puppy. No, unfortunately not. It's just like an accessory for the office. Major Gains says, I'm disappointed you eat sardines. Not gonna lie. Bro, why? They're good for you. They're literally
What did
healthy.
sardines ever do to you, bro?
They're actually, guys, there's a lot of benefits. And if you care about, like, I don't know, your skin, hair, nails, you too should be eating sardines.
Cooper says sardines.
Major red flag. Oh, whatever, dude.
The sardine
Whatevs,
make you
Coop.
profitable. It's brain food.
It could be. I don't know. Could be the reason. Yes. Anderson, yes. You have the right idea, my friend. Oh my God. User just said, do you guys do any trades? Bro, you're joking. You're kidding. Oh, look. Tanya, someone's Portuguese in the chat and they said they love sardines.
Awesome, bom dia.
Tell them about the place.
Oh yeah. There's this store in Times Square that literally just sells Portuguese sardines. It's called the Fantastic World of the Portuguese Sardine.
Tell them Tanya sent you.
Basically like Disney World for sardines.
Oh, you guys know where I'm gonna go or where I'm looking to get tickets to go?
Where?
Should I even say anything? Would you guys sell out the tickets before I buy them? Sushi Con in New York City. Did you know there's a thing? Did you know that,
Yeah, it's a
Tanya?
huge dump. No, I did not. Well, I'll go with you.
Sushi
I like
Con.
sushi.
I mean, the tickets are a little bit ridiculously expensive, but
It
I
was like
think it's worth it.
$200?
Yeah, it's like 180.
Damn, big dumps in the Nasdaq. Crazy. 1 minute. This last minute, we just dumped 70 points. Yeah, maybe. I didn't think that Nasdaq would get to the May low today, but it could. How it's going. Crazy.
Well, hold on, sorry. The Russell seems to be approaching my demand zone here, which has also held since Thursday of last week. So if buyers do want to step in, this would be the ideal place for them to do so. If not, then we do take out Thursday lows and then potentially let's see where else we can go. Let's look left. Yeah, I would say 29.30 below that things can get ugly for the Russell. Go to like 29.10 and then 28.60. But I would really like to see this hold. It'd be clean if we just went from, zone to zone.
Yeah, you're right.
FNT.
My cabbages. Yeah, we did just drop straight through 28,000. Let's see, what is NASDAQ? NASDAQ's down 1% today. Okay. Salma, what about your heat map? What does your heat map say?
Oh, let me see. Let me see.
Micron's down almost 7%.
Yeah, everything is down here. You got AMD, MU, AMAT, NVIDIA, Tesla, Broadcom, Qualcomm, PanW. They weigh pretty heavy on the NASDAQ. A lot of red. And then the Russell, like out of its top 20 names, only 4 of them are green, 16 are red. That is pretty nasty.
Yo, clip that. That was good.
Stop. No, don't
No,
give
that
them
was a good one.
ideas.
Well, that was a good one.
Don't do that. Fighting the urge to challenge Salma to a rap battle. I can't rap. That's Tanya. That's not me.
I can't rap either.
Bro, look, nice little bounce here. Okay, I like this reaction. We just need to actually, hold. We're just so far from the 9 EMA on the 5. The EMAs have to catch up here. Salma can wrap my birthday present. Rob, I don't know what that means, but I also can't wrap presents either. I don't know who you guys think I am.
All right. We haven't seen a green 5-minute candle in like the last 20 minutes.
Yeah. Well, we had one on the Russell at 10:35, but yeah, this is nasty. Straight, just downward movement. Eric, you see, I tried to help you. You didn't respond to my question. And then you come in chat and you say that you blew up 2 accounts.
What was the question? What they need help with about?
Nothing. He said he hates days like today where it's just downward movement.
Yeah.
And I need to know why you hate it so I can.
Yeah. He didn't answer your question about why do you hate it.
Yeah. Oh, you did respond. Okay, what did you say? I'm sorry. My bad. I take that back. Tell me what do you hate about it? Because I was more likely than not at one point in time in your shoes. It's not even funny. Like at one point, I think I must have been the biggest bull that I knew. I thought market just went up. He favors mean reversion trades to trend trading. I mean, listen, Nikon, I prefer to play reversals as well. Trend days aren't really my strongest suit, but when you do slap a 9 EMA on your chart and you see that we're just, again, today didn't really present an opportunity for retests, but like when you see us just down, like we're just trending lower and lower and lower, and we haven't broken above since basically 10 a.m., then you have to just accept the fact that this is going to be a downtrend day until proven otherwise. And you shouldn't be knife catching anything here until there is some sort of reversal signal for you, such as like a hammer at the bottom of a trend, right? So like now we're starting to slow down. You're seeing buyers step in. We're at a demand zone here on the Russell. Get on the 15 and the 30 minute and watch what happens. See if this 30-minute candle here closes green and closes as a hammer candle. If it does, there is potential for a reversal back up now that we A, filled the gap, B, have had downward pressure for 2 hours, or like whatever, you can say, yeah, 2 hours, whatever. And we're at an area where you would expect buyers to step in. That would be grounds for going long. Like I would consider, let's say this candle closed, I would consider potentially going long here just because we're at a really good spot and it's worth taking stabs at, right? Like prior to a candle that looks like this, I wouldn't want to touch this just yet for continued upside. There's no confirmation. If you I promise you, if you have trouble recognizing trends, put a 9 EMA on your chart, look at it on the 5-minute and see what happens. It will help you. Did you cover your short, Salma? Yes, I did, George. I closed everything at around 29:45-ish. Here, let's see. I'll put my execution marks on. 29:46 I closed at. I'm pretty happy with that exit, honestly. How do you know if buyers are going to step in? I mean, I don't know, right? I don't know what's going to happen, but all I can do is I can do my technical analysis. I can look at what levels are important, what zones I deem to be important, and then go from there. Like, I couldn't tell you for sure that there is going to be buying pressure here, but I can tell you that this is a place where I would look for a reaction just because, look. Where's my arrow? Hold on. Always have a hard time. Sorry. Look. 1, 2, 3, and now 4. Is it really outlandish to say that there might be buying pressure here when you have had 1, 2, 3 prior bounces from this area? No, it's not. It's not too outlandish. You're deducing like a good assumption here. And then you would try it and you would place maybe like your stops here at like this wick low or maybe at previous week low, and then you try and target continued upside. That's at least how I would do it. And you know, like the 30-minute right now is looking really, really good. Okay, what were you saying, Tanya? I'm sorry about that. I just went on a tangent.
I don't think I was saying anything.
All right, good. I don't.
You did not interrupt me, don't worry.
All right, cool. Because the price is too cheap? What price? What are you talking about? Salma, how do you identify supply and demand zones? I'm so confused. Everyone has a different way of doing it. Yeah, I mean, if you go on YouTube... I'm
actually going to try MES longs, by the way. Yeah.
I really like it. I think longs here are good. Go for it, sister.
Okay, but continue your...
the way I draw them, and again, it could be different from the way other people draw them. I just look for an area where we based and where we had a really strong reaction off of. So here, let me find my arrow again. Here is an area where we based, and you know, this is a hammer candle. I like to look for hammers, shooters, doji candles. Those are like the three types of candles I like to look for at the top and the bottom of a movement. And then come back here and see that it held. We did not have a candle closure below, right? And I drew this on the 30-minute. So this needs to be respected on that time frame. Same thing here. We came down here, didn't get any kind of candle closure below. So this zone, you know, remains intact. And here we are again. And then if you want to look at it from the top, hold on, I got to remove. If we look at it from the top, once again, I look for an area where price has stalled. and see where we rejected from. And we did it this morning as well. So yeah, they're solid zones here to have, in my opinion. But maybe I could do like a YouTube video on this and go a little bit more in depth and explain it. I'll keep it short and simple. Anything more than 5 minutes for me, guys, someone explaining something, you've already lost me. So I'll assume everyone else has a short attention span like me.
Totally.
Yeah. Eric, I do like key levels. That's what so I just took it off so that I can show you guys and my chart doesn't look cluttered. But like if I were to have gone long on this Russell, I would have potentially placed my stop at previous week low because, that is a level we have not yet swept. So I do keep, for sure, key levels are very important for me. Good long though, Tanya.
I will see ya. I'm keeping to my philosophy though. I'm gonna see where like 1R is and 1.5R. I'm not gonna be looking for something crazy.
Uma, I don't know how to say that name.
That's
I'm
what I'll
sorry.
do.
But I don't trade the NASDAQ.
I just want to have a quick trade, So I'll just take it off there. 55s. So we'll see.
That was such a clean reaction.
Thanks, Mike Morrow. Yeah, hit that like button. So far, Salma killed it on the shorts. My longs are going okay. We'll see how it goes. We gave a
No,
giveaway.
I would
We did a giveaway.
love for this to continue. This is looking real good. This is like Bull's opportunity to do something and change the narrative of today and, push us higher into the rest of the afternoon. If they don't do anything with this, then like GG's. I have no words. I don't know what else to say.
Same.
In your opinion, is the Russell better than the NASDAQ? I mean, it's all personal preference. For me, I'm not really much of a scalper. So I think in order to trade NQ successfully, you have to kind of be quick in and out, be very nimble. And that just doesn't suit my style. So I just stay away from it. I also like to have, I base my stops and my targets off the chart. And sometimes on NQ, that stop might be way too wide. So I just avoid NQ as a whole. But there are other people like Tanya who love the NASDAQ and have seen a lot of success from it. So it's, again, very subjective.
Yeah, some people love the NASDAQ. Yeah, it does move a lot faster, more bigger ranges, but then there is more stop runs. There are more stop runs.
Yeah, and that's not something that I can honestly stand.
So yeah, chat. My point of interest was like there were these hourly equal lows on ES, and then we simply just broke above previous swing high with a displacement, and I entered this here, seeing that.
Did you guys just hear me swallow my water?
No,
Sorry.
should we?
No, but I hope that the mic didn't pick that up.
That's high quality H2O.
Yeah. How many contracts? It says there 10. Moving my stop, it's like 80% of the way there.
What up?
Hey, good morning.
Good
What's up?
morning. Salma, I did hear you take a giant gulp of your water. Just so
Yo,
you
I
know.
heard it. Somebody's feedback came back.
Whoa, really? All right. PPP.
Sorry, guys.
Nice trade, Tanya.
All right, chat. Yep. Thank you.
Maybe I should have taken that long with you, Tanya, instead of yapping.
She was saying about how it was a good spot, and I was
It
like,
was a
yeah,
really
actually,
good spot.
I was just focused, and I was like, yeah, just interrupting you for a second. I'm gonna take it. So, chat, good job. If you also took longs, we nailed the shorts with Salma nailing the shorts and the longs today. So
Yeah, that
hit
was
that
awesome.
like button on the stream.
Wait till I get my money right.
Oh, come on. You guys cut it off right before the best part.
They have to.
They have to.
They do have to.
What's up, Jack? You're awfully quiet this morning.
I'm just like looking at everything going on. We are moving so fast here. What was that? Like a 900-point drop from overnight highs or something in the NASDAQ?
Crazy. Yeah, it was.
Absolutely wild. I haven't looked at any of the single stock futures yet, but I assume they're open and trading. I do want to get started trading those this week.
Oh, well, yeah, I would wait probably till this week. Let like any technical difficulties or the low volume stuff get out of the way, and then
Yeah, no, I'm definitely gonna watch it for a few days.
Yeah.
I gotta import the watch list, and I'm really just gonna try to pay attention to like the top 3 strongest and the top 3 weakest every day, and just see if there's like continuation patterns is gonna be my basic strategy here. I did see that most of the Mag 7 was up earlier today, even despite the pullback. And I rarely set alerts in stocks, but I had an alert in SanDisk. That thing is down 11% here today.
Oh wow.
So big memory dump, but yeah, quite the volatile open. I'm long the Dow here. I got an order to short the NQ, and I'm trying to go long the M2K. So I'm going to be on both sides of this market. And I do think this is going to be a day where you probably can be on both sides of the market. Listening to you guys, I heard you made money both ways. So hats off to you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Actually, no one's got a hat on today. That's the first
I got
time.
one. Here you
Wow.
go.
Hold on.
I got you. There you go.
All right,
I
guys. I
don't.
wasn't calling for him.
Shit, I don't have one near.
I got you. Here, I'm
Rusty,
repping the
go get my
NT
hat.
You guys look great.
Wouldn't it be cool
Alright,
if
you
cats could
guys.
fetch stuff? I wish cats could fetch stuff.
I thought they
I
could.
should have got a dog if you wanted something to fetch stuff for you. Stowe.
No, I'm good.
That's the wrong animal, buddy.
I'm not your buddy guy.
You ever seen Buddy Guy play? Speaking of Buddy Guy.
No, never seen. Not in real life. Certainly in documentaries, but
You know, he still plays. He's got a bar in Chicago, or like a jazz club, whatever you want to call it.
yeah.
I need to go see him play while that guy's still cooking the guitar at 92, however old he is.
I'm not your buddy guy.
There you go. I was just trying to summon production.
Well, all right, then, you guys. Good luck in trading. We're gonna
Okay.
out.
Thanks. Take care. I'll see you guys later this
Ciao.
week.
Bye,
Later.
guys.
Later.
Ciao, ciao.
Good morning, Stowe.
Good morning. Morning, man. How you living?
Living good.
Good.
Man, Monday morning volatility. I prefer Tuesday morning volatility. Like first thing, a kick in the teeth for the market. The Monday is like not how I prefer to. It's just like I'm not like. It's like warm up. I need a couple dribbles first before I start seeing 900-point swings in the first hour. But
Yes, it is. It was big mad. I don't know. If this long I'm in is good or not. It is free at the moment, but I got some good shorts off today, and then I tried to short for continuation at 45, and then the bid came right back at me, and so I'm just trying to figure out. Both the bands have really leveled out here, and 52 is this pullback spot I was looking for in general. So I'm gonna try to stay on this. At least a VWAP. Let me see.
That was the strongest market earlier today, and same with the Russell. So kind of gonna focus my longs in those and shorts in the NQ and until we prove otherwise.
Word.
But yeah, my limit kind of is up at that prior day low. It'll be interesting to see if we really can't recapture that prior day low by the end of the day. But yeah, I mean, what was that? Overnight highs were 28,767, dropped all the way down to 27,940 area. So
yeah,
that's a big boy. It's an 800 pointer.
Yeah, it's a pissed off range.
Pointer. Get the whales here on a Monday. All right.
It was just straight down after it lost previous day low also. Like it was furious. Yeah, but this doesn't look like, at least on NQ, it doesn't look like squeezed selling. Like it is getting pullbacks. It is doing like constructive things. So I'm coming up on this 61 spot. I want to see what happens here.
Okay. I'm looking at the CME website right now and the single stock futures, and they actually have like a pretty interesting like watch list, like top volume.
Oh, cool.
Or that, yeah, daily movers. It's not actually updating, which is kind of funny. Like the CME website's not updating, so just maybe hold off on diving into those, but I do want to dive into them this week. Really excited about all that. Let's see, load all here. I need to build myself out a watch list. Chat, how we doing? It's kind of rough. Here we go. Is this better? First target coming up here for the YM for me.
Rejected that 61.
Let me bring this into view here in the Russell, show you guys where my limit is here. It's down.
Damn it.
Like 29.53 area in the Russell. Or buy. Only got so much space, so. All righty. Can I show my scanner? Yes, I can.
Still bid.
There's a couple different there's like a bunch of different things in my scanner. This is one of the things in my scanner. Okay. And then you can see how bearish this whole thing looks for the indexes. So I have this. And then there's this, which has just kind of the point score, which is surprisingly has these indexes. I gotta double check that. And then yeah, this was the RTH session as far as the trends go here. ES and NQ to the downside, although we're only a few hours into the day, but 65% of the day to the downside basically so far. And the full scan here has it's looking a little different because the overnight was all up. But yeah, there's like a few things. This is one of the things I pay attention to most on this scanner is like if there's a trend bar, like let me see when the last, like this morning, let's take a look at the NQ, bring this a little wider here. But these ATR bars, these bars here, when they're kind of like my sell signals. So you had ATR bar here at 8:15 and then right off the open at 9:30. And then we just started getting crushed from there. So with inside of my scanner, there's like 3 different versions of it now that I've released as part of it. This is one bit of the scan, and these are just the signals. And then this is the percentage of the scan of which we are trending. And then this is the new thing, which anytime any of these markets are over 3, which are none of them currently, None of them are currently over 3. I gravitate and I trade just that market, but none of them are over 3 right now. But I'm going to get tomorrow. I'll have the single stock futures imported into this. Actually, gold is now over 3. This is scanning the RTH session. Gold is actually 6S here. I have not looked at 6S though. This is scanning just the regular trading hours. The Swiss franc. The currencies are always a big mover. And then gold to the downside as well. So actually gold being to the downside may make me actually switch over and start looking for some trades in that market. Yeah, if there's anything else you want to see on that, let me know.
I added one more here. Let's see. Yep. Oh, hi.
Hello. I gotta take off my sweatshirt.
Is that a squeeze? Just a little pop squeeze. Gotta have some follow through. Nope, it did not. Well, rejected that 61. Might be giving up on this. It might have to go up without me, Jack. It's possible.
Hey, man, I feel ya. I mean, might go up without my limit here. I don't know. I do think we can base a bit. That was quite the dump. I don't think we're going to get a V bottom reversal here just quite yet. So I'm not interested in chasing up too high. I can see us consolidating here. We're going to European session close in about 20 minutes. The Dow is about the only thing that didn't look like it was going to. I mean, it came right into that prior day high. Yes, believe it or not, basically unchanged on the day. NASDAQ felt like it was falling out of bed and it's only down 0.5%. You know, sometimes you see these like giant moves and you're like, oh, like what are we actually down on the day? Because it really just felt like the whole world collapsed there.
Well, it was, that's the thing is it had like, I mean, that Globex Open was pretty crazy. So it had a lot to retrace to still like get back to its previous day close. So yeah, I'll say, shit, maybe my ad worked. I'll take that for 5 points there. Drag this baby. I don't like what NQ is doing at the moment, though. I mean, this is like, you see all these equal lows here.
Are you long? You're not in anything, are you? Or
yeah,
I earlier.
I was long. Yeah, I was long. Yes, and then I added one more there at 52. This is what 52 is. 74.52 is the pullback that I wanted for constructive longs. We got when we got it, I bought it. Let's see, it's over here. I was short. Covered my short there, and then I bought it at 52.75. I got stopped out 48, and then I immediately sold it into previous day low. So I flipped right away down there once we lost 52. The context of the day definitely changed down there.
Yeah.
But I mean, we still have a giant single print above. Yeah, this is fine. What's my risk? 163? Yeah, this is fine.
Well, I'm about to hit my first target here there you go. There's my first target in the YM.
Woo!
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. I think the YM can retrace, though. I mean, if there's anything going back to the upside, I'm looking at the YM. I said that in my morning trade plan, like focus longs in a YM. Right back, prior high of the day was 52,314, and we basically, the overnight low was 52,300 area. So those are within 15 points of one another, and kind of stuck right at that level. Really good trade location there for what was the strongest market prior to the open. Excuse me.
God bless you.
Thank you.
That production sitting on a sneeze button back there. That's funny. Also, good morning, chat. How are you doing? Sorry, I've been staring at the Dom. You guys okay? Oh, good. Yeah, NQ kind of losing that. Kind of losing that bid now. This is going to get stopped. Yep. Okay.
Coming into my RTY limit here.
Logan. Down 1,000, up 1975. All right, cool, good. That's not a fun way to live. Ask me how I know.
You guys are so knowledgeable about stocks. Where should a beginner start to gather more theory? NinjaTrader Live. Okay. I mean, I think Stowe, what do you think the first process to learning how to trade is?
Oh, geez. Just in anything?
Yeah.
I would say just understanding what candles are doing is probably your first step. Just understanding the open, close, wick of a candle, how that represents how price is behaving within that either time frame or volume or whatever you're using. I think just understanding how candles move and how they create, support and resistance, supply and demand, however the hell you want to say that. You can see things that were previous support. It's kind of you can look here on ES at 74.62. This spot, we bounced off of it, went back into these previous lows and rejected, ran down here, retraced back to this original scene of the crime thing. Now we're retracing back again. So it's just I say just in tuning that pattern recognition. Because when you first open a chart, what the hell is going on? It's just what is this? It looks crazy to normal people, I assume.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if I was to basically start off with trading, I would just go to an hourly time frame or a 15-minute time frame, mark up a couple of support and resistance levels and just limit them. And just pick a support level, pick a resistance level, and redo your analysis every 2 hours. And just stick with the higher time frame and see if you can just be right 50% of the time. Just using equidistant stops and targets, not overcomplicate it. I think tape reading and all of that stuff is a much more difficult skill to learn that takes time. But a simplified way to trade would just be if you're, let's say you're trading the ES, you got a stop of 15 points, you got a target of 15 points, and then you're just trying to figure out if you can get good enough at support and resistance levels in trend direction to be right. Let's just say 55% of the time, because in a random market you should be right 50% of the time with an equidistant stop and target. So let's just see if your analysis skills are good enough. I think when you start like using, like 3R targets, that's a little more of a sophisticated trade recognition or pattern recognition to do that. And in my opinion, at the beginning, when you first start trading, your goal should not be to make money. Your goal should be to not lose money. Your goal should really just to be get to the point of break even.
All right,
we're not actually trading stocks, Crown. We're trading futures. So, I don't know what a stock is doing based on some other stock. I don't really think about that personally.
I got long again there at 41. This is kind of a setup for me. I didn't quite get low enough on. So yeah, again, this is just basic support resistance stuff. So there was a pretty big seller here. I leaned off of them at 41 to get down a break previous day low. We broke out of it. This was a lot of bid absorption here, came up, retraced back. It's also the IB low, which I despise executing in. And actually that's fine. I'm going to take off there. But that was pretty clean. NQ did the same thing. It pulled back into its -1. It ran these stops here and retested all of these previous highs with this. And it had a good tail on the delta volume profile. So for that reason, I just got in that ES long for a quick scalpy guy. Base hits, Stowe. Base hits. So I need to remind myself, Jack, all day, especially on big range days. Take those base hits, baby.
Totally. And as far as how do we know the difference between, like, I guess if your question was like, how do we know what's acting different? So I just am paying attention to, the 4 main indexes, and then, there's ways to track the percentage change on the day. So, if the NASDAQ is down 0.5%, you can find that on almost any platform, or even with a simple Google search. And the Russell is up 0.5%. Just comparing them side by side, that's telling me in a simple form, the Russell is stronger based on its percentage change for that day. Now, you can get a little more sophisticated with it and look at a 5-day percentage change or a 10-day percentage change, and it'll tell you like, hey, like a lot of times we have, that divergence between the indexes for whatever reason. And I don't try to get into the reasons of why we're doing what we're doing, because it's totally irrelevant and it's only speculation. Instead, I'm looking at the raw data of this is stronger and that is weaker. And I don't care why, because it doesn't matter. And there's no way to prove that that's why. You can theorize all day long, but the data is the only thing that matters.
Yes, it's astrology.
Yeah, so I go to my psychic on Sunday night.
Do you really?
No.
It's like I don't know. It's a lot. It's like sports too, like sports radio or sports anything, is that they're gonna, like, their job is to come up with the why, and just to have talking points. But at the end of the day, that doesn't really affect any of the things that actually happen. Especially in a wacky market that we're in now. That's so, I don't know if news driven, tweet driven, whim driven,
price driven, like always.
Yes. Tracy gave us an update. Trump to Axios. Tracy, is Trump just talking directly to Axios now? Like, is that what Trump to Axios means? Also, what is Axios? Why have I spent my entire life not knowing what Axios is, and then all of a sudden, this is all, apparently they've been a thing forever.
They got aligned the White House.
Is that part of the simulation? Is that part of the lizard people doing whatever they're up to?
Man, I came like 10 points away from that NQ short. I had no dice on that.
That's insane, Tracy. That's insane. Tracy, are you doing okay? You've been monitoring this situation for a long time. I gotta check in on Tracy. This situation is a lot to monitor. There's nothing like there's nothing like being systematically gaslit constantly by everything to make you feel nuts. So yeah. Good morning, Paulo. Good morning, bud. I think I'm probably done.
Done for the day?
I think so. This is yeah, this has been a pretty good day. I don't want to take another shot at this. I don't want to catch a short continuation. This is flattening out. It's consolidating now.
I do think we're flattening out. I'm not looking for I am looking for a short, but we didn't quite get to where I want. I actually wouldn't be surprised to see, I don't know, and we're only halfway through the day and that open was brutal. So if we don't hold these levels here, I could see us down another 200-300 in the NASDAQ. If we take, we're going to have to take out the lowest in force, but you got some of those bigger names that, freaking SanDisk down 11%, bro. That want to talk about trading some single stock futures.
Must be some earnings or something.
The biggest memory name in China IPO'd I saw, and it was up like 400% day one. And it became the most valuable company on the Chinese market today. So that's kind of interesting. That's, but so maybe money is getting pulled out of SanDisk memory name and put into that. Once again, speculation. I have no idea. There's no way to prove it. That's just a theory. It's a good theory, but I don't know. 488%, says Tracy. All right, monitoring this situation. Thank you, Tracy. What is the name of that company and how do I get in yesterday? I need to get in yesterday. That's pretty, that is pretty incredible. I don't know if there's ever been a company in, at least as long as I can remember, that's IPO'd and become the most valuable company in the US market. What is the last year that happened? Has that ever happened? Like, do we have to go back to the 30s?
You okay, bud?
Yeah. Day one, 466%, 488%, whatever it's trading at. I don't know. It's up 400+%. And officially the most valuable publicly traded company. And it's a memory company, and SanDisk, which, I used to be able to get little memory cards for like $4. Now they're like $40. Is down now $181 / almost 13% on the day. So I would love to be trading that single stock future. I'm going to look up that ticker right now, actually, and pull it on.
Tracy put it in the chat. It's CXMT.
CXMT. I'm talking about SanDisk single stock. I assume SanDisk has a single stock future, but I actually don't know. SanDisk.
Feeling needy.
I don't think it does.
Oh,
darn it! I got excited there. no SanDisk, I don't believe.
Tracy really is an encyclopedia of knowledge. That is true. Apple butter, I could never sell Rusty. Plus, I don't think anybody would buy him. He's pretty crazy. But this is excuse me. This is the time of the day where he's normal and nice and snuggly. So I try to enjoy this.
When does he get sassy on you?
Oh man. 2 in the morning.
Just when you're falling asleep. Huh?
I'll wake up and he's like biting my knee. He's like,
biting
it's time.
Your knee.
It's time. It's time to play.
He goes for the knees?
Yeah, he goes for whatever. Knees, wrists. But yeah, normally I'm in some sort of normally I'm having a dream, and then in the dream I'm like, ow, ow, ow. And I wake up and it's just a little tiny monster nibbling at me. Excuse me. Good Lord. Yeah, Jack, what's up with Goyle? Is golden oil doing something? Did oil spike?
Oil, which part of Goyle are we talking about? Oil had a nice gap down and continuation overnight. I think oil is probably been a pretty easy trade to the downside because it's giving some of those retracements for entries. Really big gap down, nice retracement into an entry last night. I got shorted. Gold just came out of the 50% retracement long from last week's low. So potential reversal here. The halfway back from last week's low is a 40.71 in gold, and we're trading 40.79. And basically since that 40.70 area has traded, we have been moving higher. So I'm keeping an eye on gold for a long. I like to see when we have like 3 15-minute bars trend up, like for reversal. That's kind of like a reversal sign for me when it's like 3 15-minute green bars. We don't quite have that yet at the close. I mean, actually at the close of this bar, you could consider that because one bar was a doji, but 71. So we rolled out of that 71 halfway back from last week's low and caught a bid here. But yeah, these indexes, man, if we can't put in a low, I think this week's going to get real interesting. I tell you what,
yeah,
NASDAQ, like this hard of selling on a Monday off the open, even though like we're only down 0.5%, seems like price isn't getting accepted higher here whatsoever. So I'm sticking with this short right above this current high until it trades 28,212s here. But yeah, CL, let's move that down to CL here.
Oh, my cabbages, thanks for asking. My social work journey is going well. I'm taking a film class right now, actually. So that's the last of my summer stuff, and then fall semester, I start some criminology stuff, and that should be fun.
You gonna catch some criminals?
Probably not. I'll probably be sticking up for them and making sure they have their rights intact.
Oh, okay. So you're a criminal defense lawyer.
No. But I'll be doing advocacy work.
So you're like George Soros. You bail the criminals out of jail. I see.
I'm not putting up cash, but I'll listen to them.
What kind of criminals are you willing to defend? The ones that are innocent unless proven guilty?
I mean, that's technically all of them, isn't it?
I don't know, man. I kind of feel like those guys caught on camera are pretty guilty. But if you're caught on camera doing something, I kind of don't need to see a trial personally.
I plan to mostly work in youth services, probably. So yeah, I doubt that I'll be working on
too many hard cases,
grown-up stuff. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they'll be tough. I don't know if I can emotionally handle it, but we'll see.
Yeah. So you got your cat, emotional support cat.
He's pretty good at that. Yeah, I'm going to be the Lincoln lawyer, but the Prius lawyer. That'd be cool. That's a good idea.
I think if I was a lawyer, I'd take the civil side of suing corporations that have miswronged people. Like, what's her name? What's that movie about that woman, the lawyer who like sued the company that like was poisoning that town?
Aaron Brockovich. Thank you, Anthony. There you go.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I'd like to do. That was a great show for a very long time. How would I ever sleep? What, suing corporations? Yeah, that would really take a toll on my conscience. It's just analysis with Ryan. It's just a conversation. It's not something I'm actually going to do. What is trading full time, by the way? Does that mean I have to be at my desk 6 hours a day?
That's the trap. That's the trap. Hey, NZ. I love you too, bud.
Week.
I don't know if you have to be at your day. Yeah, that's the thing I struggle with all the time, for sure. Just because it's like, how do you have a good work ethic as a trader when a lot of the time you're not supposed to be doing anything? Yeah,
reviewing your own data.
It's part of the journey. Honestly, that's one of the reasons that I started to do this school thing. Is it's like I needed something that could be in my life that is results oriented, so I could take that off of trading and have, some results oriented thing to do and work on. Also, there are so many kids in this world that just do not have an advocate, like, in any way. They just are stuck, and it's a system that is not good and has a lot of flaws. And if you don't have someone advocating for you, you're that much more likely to get stuck in it. So
yeah, it is.
Do you ever use models that predict where the market is going ahead of time? No.
Tell me more. Tell me more about predicting where the market's going ahead of time. I think we're just reacting to the market, anticipating. I don't even think what I do is predicting what the market's doing. I don't know. I mean, obviously, I guess if you're taking a position, are we predicting? Predicting is just such a strong word.
I would say guessing.
Yeah. I don't think there's like a prediction factor.
Yeah. Yeah, the word prediction implies like some sort of ethereal knowledge that I definitely do not have about.
Like Nostradamus vibes.
I also feel like the word models is confusing to me. Like it's been very overused. And I'm not sure I know what it means anymore. To me, it sounds like something that like you make and it runs without you, or you know what I mean? Like it sounds like an automated thing. I just try to know what trending environments look like and what balanced environments look like, and try to be on the right side of those on as many time frames as I can manage to keep in my brain. Yeah, it's much easier to it's much easier to try to be as agnostic to prediction and reactive to like what is actually happening in the market and try to be aligned with it than it is to try to guess. Like, but I guess it also depends on your time frame. Like maybe this is a good time to invest in stocks right now as we pull back to these lows that have been good lows for, I don't know. Let's look at the big chart. Let me see. I mean, this low has been good a bunch of times. If you feel good about this low and you're not a scalper and you're trying to buy one share of SPY down here, I don't know. Maybe this is good for your time frame. But for me, this is bad because I'm an intraday trader and we are in bearish downtrend down here. We can't get above 52 meaningfully. We just made a new low on the day. We're pushing down into this volume, I guess, to 74.1150 next target. We could see maybe take this previous week low out, see what happens. What's NQ doing? Oh, yikes. All the way down here. Yeah, NQ has really left its balance.
I mean, this is looking worse and worse.
Yeah.
I really am not under the belief yet that this selling is over. Oops.
What do your predictive models say about going red on the year? I guess it would be bad, but I mean, it's not unusual to be red on the year. It's like, I don't know. People have losing years.
Not if you're Stanley Druckenmiller.
That's true. He's probably got enough money for that 100K True Social upgrade.
Yeah, I'm sure he does. I heard he's a big tipper.
That's cool. I like to hear that.
Yeah. If I had a few billion, I'd probably be throwing 500 at everybody who held the door.
I would say. It's exactly.
I was
what
like,
I would
whatever,
be doing.
dude. This is literally $1.
I don't know what I would do. I would be very lost in the world and not know what to do. I'd still be like going to the gas station and buying a Diet Coke. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how. I don't think I could.
Well, it depends. If everybody knows you got $1 billion, you probably can't go to the gas station and buy a Diet Coke. But if nobody knows you got $1 billion, you can. You know what I'm saying?
I guess I would just tell Rusty, and that would be it. That would
like
be
if you won the lotto, are you keeping it secret?
Yes.
Who are you telling? You telling nobody?
Yeah,
there will
sure.
be signs, but are you telling nobody?
I just have 5 Priuses, one for each workday.
That's your ball out move.
Yeah, that's a good car.
No, I'm just saying the 5 of them. I know it's a good car. I actually think they're reliable. Obviously, you never have to fill up your tank. I drove one not too long ago. I rented one.
No, do you know what I would really do? I would restore my 1990 Toyota Corolla all-track that I had in high school. I would go find it. There's a couple of them in Vegas. And I would buy it, and I would figure out how to restore it back to perfect working order.
The all-tracker, is that like an SUV?
It's a station wagon.
Oh, it's nice.
Yeah, but so 4-wheel drive station wagon.
Facing backwards in the trunk?
No. But those were sick, though.
Those were sick.
Oh, man. I remember, my best friend his mom had one. And I remember riding in that thing all the time. Oh, man. That was awesome.
Dude, riding with facing backwards as a child, core memory.
So sick.
You I am doing something wrong.
Yep.
You know, I am breaking the law as a 5-year-old. Breaking the law. And CL just still looking weaker here. But yeah, gosh, tech names. NVIDIA down 5% here, huh?
Carl,
You know what? I wonder if the single stock futures are going to change the dynamics of some of these names as a way to like lock in gains. Like, I mean, you know, because they're not, I mean, that type of a hedge is much more effective than an options hedge.
Yeah, for sure.
If you're looking to lock in a gain, for the year, but you don't want to pay taxes on your position. Like if you're happy if NVIDIA, whatever, let's say NVIDIA is up 40%, you just want to lock that position in.
That's a good question. Do single stock futures still get the 60-40 tax treatment?
I imagine.
Also?
I don't understand. I don't believe they'd be taxed any differently.
Right.
You know those guys at the CME got them homies in their back pocket. Like, how did they ever get that written into the tax code anyway? I'm guessing some bribery. I'm fine with it. No,
I would never guess that.
Yeah, really. Yeah, no, I know. No. Surprise. Because it totally makes sense. They do not get it. Okay.
Interesting.
Somebody find some in. Where's Tracy?
So they're not
Tracy
taxed
knows the answer
as 1256. Okay, good to know.
Yeah, that's what they call them, farmers and hedgers, eh?
What's up, Jim?
Jim, how many farmers do you know trade futures? No, I've actually met a few, but
miss you, buddy. You having a good time?
All of them. Jim, how many farmers do you know? Jim just got a pack of farmers he gets coffee with on Sunday.
Dude, I bet that's actually true. Carl, I want to answer your question, by the way. Carl says, can you explain the gap up or down logic? How does it do that?
It's a good question.
I just don't know what you mean by how does it do that.
How does it gap up? I'm thinking about this as somebody who's probably asking this question completely new to trading. And my answer based on that information would be overnight, the futures are up or in open and people are buying and selling. And the gap is created basically by the futures market because the cash market doesn't open till 9:30 Eastern. So whatever the futures market decides to do from the 6 p.m. open at night to 9:30 the next day creates the gap. That's my assumption is how that question. Let me know if that answers your question or if that's where your question framing is coming from. Here we go. Tracy with the information.
Every time. Or if you were talking about the Sunday gap, if you're talking about how do futures gap themselves, like how do we gap on a Sunday? How do we gap like between the maintenance hour? I don't know. Carl's probably gone. I waited too long to answer his question. My bad, Carl.
Tracy, this article is from 2021. Not to knock you on for sharing it, but I'm just curious if they're still classifying, even though I would assume because single stock futures are futures, they're classified under that same code. But this article was written before those came out. So I don't know why they wouldn't be. But I haven't seen anything on it. I don't know why they wouldn't be. I do have a fireplace behind me, so thank you. If my background is fire, I'll be lighting that up as soon as it's not 90 degrees.
Is that a pun? I liked that. I liked that a lot. That was good. Well, the chat consensus is that they do not qualify, so it seems.
But nobody's posted. Well, I guess I can't post a link.
No, somebody asked. Thank goodness for that.
Yeah, I know. You're right. Thank goodness for that. I mean, I can't even post a link.
Jack, you know what I started doing for my iced coffee? Instead of my freezer makes ice, right? It makes just normal ice cubes. Instead of just a handful of ice cubes, I decided to just start making one giant ice cube, and it has really changed the game for me, and I'm having a much better time with just one big square ice cube. It lasts exactly as long as I need it to, and I feel like my iced coffee is getting less watery. I don't know how this is happening, but it's kind of blowing my mind a little bit today.
Interesting. Probably because lower surface area?
Maybe.
Who's the physicist in here?
No, I'm not chiseling the ice cube. I bought there's just like a square. It's just like a rubber square thing. Makes big rubber square guys.
I'm trying to load futures data. And has anybody loaded the futures data on Ninja? Are they open? I don't even know. Are they open? Like they said they were opening.
It should be. But I don't know.
I'm looking at the CME site and their data is not up to date. They have 0 volume for any of the things listed. Maybe that reports at the end of the day though. And then I'm trying to load it on Ninja and I don't seem to be able to.
No, I can't do those. I appreciate the suggestion, but I can't do those like cooling metal ball thing. I need some ice melt. I need some cut.
You get a little cut.
Yeah. I don't want it to just be cold and not get cut by the ice melting.
A damn fine cup of coffee.
I would just be ripped by the end of the day. I need some water in here. When I go out. This is going to be interesting because I got to do trade the close today. So I'm kind of thinking about.
What are you thinking about doing? You said you were done.
I am done.
But aren't you going to put on a show?
I might.
What do you mean you're done?
Yeah, I'll just take my shirt off or something, you know.
Show me what you got.
I'll be tuning in with my singles.
Good. I could use some tips. I take tips, singles.
Man, I'm trying to get short here, but I've been no luck, man. This selling is freaking hard.
Yeah.
It's not over. It is my opinion that it is not over.
Oh,
did we close Friday on the lows? If Monday's the high and Friday's the low, could be a big week. We do have FOMC. Don't we? Don't we have FOMC this week?
I have no idea. Is it minutes? I thought we just had the meeting. Did we just have this damn meeting? I'm bad with that stuff, though, because I feel like everything just happened. Somebody said we were having big tech earnings again. I was like, what? That just happened 2 weeks ago. No way.
Yo.
Jim.
Hey, guys.
Jim's in the house? I thought you were on vacation.
I am in the house. No, I'm back, baby.
Well, what's up? How are you, buddy?
Oh, man. Pretty good. Can't complain.
Okay, good.
You guys did a great job today.
Oh,
usual.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Got a bad hair day, a little gruffy. Was on the road a few days. Back home now.
I think it looks good, Jim.
How does that affect your hair?
Oh,
you got the windows down?
I'm not like Dudley and just roll out of bed with the perfect helmet on.
Well, I assume Anthony
Perfect
showers.
helmet.
No,
that thing is approved by the Department of Transportation for not approved helmet.
Oh my goodness. Crazy. Well, interesting day today. You got you two. Stowe, you're coming back, right?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Stowe. All right. Stowe's going to be here this afternoon with Joey and Nick for a tick. So we're looking forward to that regular 2 o'clock start time. Jack, you got a couple positions. What's your game plan here?
I mean, I got one limit is what I got. I'm just trying to get short, man, but we are moving down swiftly. We've spent 15 minutes basically rallying in the indexes, and that is it. I do not think this selling is over. I think all indexes are going to take out their lows before the day's up. And I don't know. I think we could have a big, if FOMC reaction is poor, Monday high, Friday low. I don't know. We'll see
not
what
only
happens.
FOMC, we've got big earnings Wednesday and Thursday.
Definitely some hard selling and some really big names here today.
Yeah, that would be interesting for sure. Well, great job as usual, guys. Let's give these two young fellas a round of applause, please.
Ooh, young fellas. I'll take that.
Yeah. Made $18.75 off the Pittsburgh beating the Cubs.
Oh, God, I don't want to talk about that series. Tom was texting me, and I was like, Tom, I know we're friends now, but like, you're a Cubs fan, and I despise you today.
Oh man, that even. So guys, I will see you this afternoon. Jack, I will see you. I will talk to you later for sure. You guys, thanks again. I'm gonna do a quick edge report. We'll take a look at the E-mini S&P.
Sounds
Take
good.
care, chat.
Bye, Jack. See you, buddy.
Thank
Bye,
you, guys.
Jack.
All right, this is a really interesting chart, and I think Jack might be kind of right here about the lows might not be in, but let's kind of dissect this a little bit here. This is a 10-minute chart. I have a lot of stuff going on. In the middle of the chart, because I'm trying to like make my lines a little less cluttered, I just have a fib, and I started the fib from the initial balance high, and I brought it all the way down to the lows. So that's the fib measurement. And you can see the sell-off happened. We made some new lows, and then we retraced, interestingly enough, right back to that 38.1% retracement, this fib retracement at 74.57 and a half. Now, I know there's a little bit of a wick, a little bit higher than that. Here, let me move my arrow over so you can see that. But close enough for government work, I think. That was really nice textbook retracement, and then a continued sell-off back down. And that sell-off back down has actually created a double bottom here on the intraday chart. So, you could look at it two ways. One, double bottom is good, right? There's support. Buyers are coming back in. When we get down to the bottom of the value area, which is at 74.23 and a quarter, or you could say, you know what, we're chipping away at that floor. We're going to break through to the downside. Now, to Jack's point, we have not had much of a rally anyway. There's no red. There's only a couple of little green candles so far. So odds are a little bit against us. But I have two volume profiles. I have the session volume profile on the left, and I have, and then I have the regular trading hour volume profile on the right, just tracking from the bell ringing forward. The official point of control is pretty far south right here, and it corresponds with both the session and the RTH, and that's at around 70. Let's call it 74.40. We'll round it up a couple of ticks. So that's where the biggest volume peak is. But look at these volume peaks. They're like ladder rungs. Here's one. Here's another one. Here's the official one. And then here's another one down here. So you're getting these volume clusters where the market's kind of accumulating volume, and buyers and sellers are doing the auction, as Stowe would say, and then it runs out of gas and it goes down to the next level, and then the next level, and the next level. And that's what we saw so far today. So we're going to keep an eye on how this volume peaks develop down here right around the previous day's lows. For the regular trading hour, previous day's lows, it's 74.31 half. That's going to be kind of an interesting level for me right now. And so I'm going to keep, we're right at it. We're trading right at it as we speak. We never got down to S1. And whenever I see an R1 or an S1, we didn't get to it, I always look at the range. Where are we at? We're at 108% of the 34-day average range. So we've come a long way. We have a pretty decent sized range so far. But again, that's just an average range. We could keep on going and going. So we got to keep that in mind. So what else is on the downside here? Well, other than S1 at 74.18, we have that JAX1 level, that highest gamma level at 7,400 even. Then S2 it's 73.92, and we'll just round it up to a half. And then that one-day min from MenthorQ, and let me line up my crosshairs here so I can tell you exactly what that guy is. That is 74.5. So 73, 74.5. So there's some legit targets here on the downside if we are able to break on through. The session VWAP is pretty far away. It would take a lot of buying to get us back up here to do a VWAP touch. Right now, it's angled pretty negatively. The angle is pretty negative. Again, that's another bearish sign right here. Targets on the upside, though, that I would consider, let me kind of pull this in a little bit really quickly here, is the daily pivot. Now, the daily pivot is right there at 74.57 and a quarter. And let's look at that a little bit in a little bit more detail. Let me open this up here, guys. Bear with me a second. And there's just this volume shelf, right? We have this volume, high cluster volume area, I'm going to call it, volume shelf, and then it goes down to a small amount of volume traded here. This is price unhappiness in this level right here. So the pivot, not only is it a potential target for retracement back up, but it's also, it would, in my humble opinion, be resistance. Now, a lot of times we get to that resistance level and we get these wicks like we saw right here at 11, 10, that kind of swept everybody out, and then we came right back down again. So that's a key level for later on today if we get any kind of buyers popping in here in the E-mini S&P. So right now, I'm looking at value, these little value clusters right now, including the point of control right now, which is pretty close to 40 right now, 74.40. That is this afternoon's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here with us on NinjaTrader Live. Thank you for the subscriptions, the thumbs up. We had a great start to the morning. We're going to take a little bit of a break here. We'll kick it off again at 2 o'clock with Shai's going to do her afternoon update, and then trading the close, Nick, Joey, and Stowe. So we're looking forward to this afternoon. Hopefully we'll see you then. In the meantime, have a nice, relaxing lunch.